Hello everyone, and welcome back to ZSR's coverage of the OoTR Random Settings League tournament. We've got the Losers Bracket Quarterfinals coming up right now, with this tournament's coming to a close very shortly. We've got Mr. Mario versus r0bd0g today. Should be an awesome match. Commentating today will be August 40th and Emo/Chicken Soda, so take it away.
Yep. Hello and welcome everybody to ZSR. I'm August 40th. Should we call you Emo or Chicken? What are you going by these days?
Call me whatever you want, baby.
Oh. Well, yeah, welcome to ZSR indeed. There are 6 people left in the tournament. We got 3 of them right here. Mr. Mario, r0bd0g, and then Emo Soda is going to be facing off against GS Kirox later.
Well, that did already happen. That was last.
Oh, that did already happen.
Yeah, I didn't quite get there. Kirox definitely got me, but the winner of this match will be facing off against Kirox in the next round. So that should be a pretty hype in and of itself. Not to mention this one, Mr. Mario versus r0bd0g, should be pretty cool. And I think we're all ready to go, right?
Yep. Let's kick it off.
Yeah, but way to update the bracket like right before we go live. But Mr. Mario back here from last night, was featured on ZSR for the Season 4 match that he faced off on. No spoilers for anyone who wants to go back and check that match out. Very exciting one, but we've got r0bd0g versus Mr. Mario, a whole nother beast in random settings.
Yes, the runners here do not know the settings going into the seed, so they will have to figure it out one way or the other. They are starting with some items here, though. They're starting with Kakuri Sword, Master Sword, Hylian Shield, and Fountain Access, it looks like, along with Goron Ruby. And let's start. So the door time should be open because they have Master Sword on their item screen, and we'll
Jabberdeku Fire Force Spirit. An AD. All right.
Oh, what? That was 78 tokens too for Ganon's boss key. So we got quite the scene on our hands.
Yeah, sit back, relax, and let's hope for an early hook shot.
Yeah, it's not quite AD, it's just 7 dungeons, but it's close enough. Close enough. So
well, no, to open the bridge, you need the stones and the medallions.
It said 7 of them though, so it's not all of the dungeons this time.
Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting to look for that little number.
Yeah, so it is. They know it's variable meds and stones, but yeah, it doesn't look like they have hints at this point. I guess we'll find out. It's possible all the dead hints are just at Temple of Time, but I mean, when you start off the seed like this, gotta think in the back of your mind, I got no hints, right? Like, there's almost no way. It looks like they're both going to Kakariko Village. Not a bad start. I mean, start at Temple of Time, you either go Child or go here, and you're going to learn the most about the settings if you go here, I think. Or if you go Kakuri Forest. Ooh. It's like in the shop, it's Spear Key, Water Key, they're both wallet locked, 195, 140. And a Slingshot, also wallet locked at 110. That's not very nice.
Yeah, tons of info. We've got Key Sanity, we've got Shop Sanity, we've got Indoor Entrance Randomizer. I think all that's gleam, no tokens. What was that?
Yeah, because we saw keys. It's at least in the overworld for keys. Ooh, that is
the egg?
A weird egg.
Yeah, okay.
It could be pocket egg too. I think they're the same model.
Yeah, I'm not used to seeing that model like that.
Wow.
Lots of keys.
Fire Keeper 0. Let's go.
Okay. Huh.
Alright, and a Bomb the Wall key for 110, as well as... What was that?
Something for 80.
Spirit Key for 80, okay.
Spirit.
Right.
Rupio giving us a key. Ganon's castle? I think that's what that said.
Yeah, it was a Ganon small key.
Loving the music right off the bat with the GTG key. Keys left and right.
Oh, nice. They found the other entrance for Cow, and it is Weird Egg. It is Weird Egg.
Yep. It's also simple indoors, so that's good news. We're gonna get a song right here, but we don't have an ocarina to play it.
Yeah, they're
Oh,
gonna
wait,
have to make their way to Kikuri Forest and see if it's shuffled. But that's probably next on their checklist if I had to guess. Unless they find something here huge.
Yeah, absolutely. Bunch of entrances to check though, as well as the graves. We gotta pop those open, see if the grottos are shuffled as well.
Yeah, no cow sanity there because of the cow layout. They're together, not apart. Oh,
Yep,
shoutouts
insert
to Ron
joke
Chop.
about insane cows.
Thanks for the channel sub there.
Enjoy the shiny emotes. So we got some French vanilla indoors here in Kakariko.
Yeah, it's almost completely French. So it's like all in the same area, but not quite the where they're supposed to be. Oh, did you catch the PO number there?
I did not. But we got the instant replay.
What's
Rob
going on,
Dog
Rob?
right behind him.
So tokens are shuffled in some capacity. Alright.
Some capacity. Oh, what an ugly child shooting. I guess it might help you route in Dampe digging better. Two
I
checks
don't know
to
about
get instead of one.
Maybe, but that's still a little rough. Also, yeah, the 78 token Ganon's boss key with token sanity, that's gonna be potentially really gross. Hopefully Overworld's not on, but no promises yet. Mario gonna go to Graveyard here, just kind of a standard opening without Overworld ER. Gonna see these grottos that you mentioned earlier. And it looks like they're not shuffled.
Looks like they're vanilla. Can never quite tell with that first one.
Well, that's the case for any of the settings, right? Like it's
True.
could be off, or it could be like the only one that's vanilla. So it's always hard to tell. And usually, if you do enough of these RSL seeds, you kind of have a good feeling on it. You can kind of gauge it a little bit better than you would normally, but it can still get you the same way. So, and that's why we play RSL, because it's super exciting as you're going through it, having to route everything and having to figure out all the settings. It's a pretty unique experience.
Arguably, the superior way to play Rando.
Arguably, yeah. I think standard S4 still has a lot of draw to it for entirely different reasons. So, I mean, there could be a crowd for everything, I think.
Positively.
Ooh, so not free Dampe, has to do it twice, and we'll see if it's chest sides matches contest. I don't think it is. No. But it's another bomb roll key. Yeah.
It just means more racing, more opportunity for Dampe to burn our racers.
Yeah, they got that instant run back here. I always kind of prefer double Dampe now. It's kind of weird. I don't know. I used to hate it, but we don't have to do it all the time in standards, so... yeah. But I always just try to improve my time each time. I'm just like, 50? No way. I can get some 50. Come on, let's go again.
Yeah, it's
having
great
to
stream
force
value.
you is, yeah. Well, especially if like they fall at the end here or they die to fire. It looks like it's normal damage though, so nothing too much to worry about yet. There's not like too many bad settings. Ooh, Mr. Mario.
Yeah.
I'm not
Flirting.
cursing him, I swear. I'm not cursing him. Oh, song sanity. Let's go.
Yeah, so no guarantee to any song in that well. Or the windmill. The key to open the well.
The big troll is always when there's a song there anyway, right? So,
Yep.
oh my god. I think we've had a couple RSL seeds in the past where it's like, oh, Blair is just vanilla on song sanity, of course. Why didn't I think of that? It's like, no. Just going through it is just painful sometimes, but okay, half damage. Interesting. I don't think it's gonna really hold these runners back too much. Definitely one of the nicer settings that we've had on in this seed.
Let's see where Mario going. He's going to the river. Nope, he's looking for that ocarina, like you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if he went river this early. You gotta go for the ocarina, especially with the Pona. Like, you're just gonna save so much time otherwise. Looks like Rob is saved quitting. He might be going child, because if you go child and just go to Kukuri Forest anyway, you know, you don't want to double backtrack across what you already did. Just as like a general rule of thumb for routing, still applies on RSL.
Maybe
So it makes
setting
sense. Okay.
time of day.
Possibly.
But I'm
shops.
guessing. Oh, nice. We got our ocarina.
Nice. Vanilla.
But I'm guessing it would be safe to assume that child spawn would be in the vanilla forest because of the adult spawn.
You can just save quit back at any point. So I kind of like Mario's line a little bit better. You're checking more entrances, and you know it's indoor ER. So I think this is going to lead to more things overall.
So Rob up doing two things. He's grabbing that token, which did not let him, there was no delay.
Wow. Well, there you have it.
Curious.
You already found Mayo's in Kukuri Forest, strangely enough.
Yeah, so
and it
it's
had
like
four
a
things.
French vanilla entrance randomizer indoors.
It's not a setting yet, but it does seem to be the case. So Bomb the Well, small key, Strength, Fire, small key, and Nocturne at Kukuri Forest, all for free, all Sphere 0. Not too bad. Okay, Rob is gonna go adult or child now. Was setting time of day like you mentioned. Ooh, another shop here in Kukuri Forest. Wow. Another fire key, a bottle. They're both wallet locked again.
Yeah. Wallet's out there somewhere, picking up that Deku shield. Now, if you're here, do you trek over to the Deku tree to see if maybe dungeons are shuffled?
Yeah, I think so.
Gotta do it.
It doesn't take that much time, and you can just peek it. It doesn't. You don't have to go all the way in. And if it's open, you definitely go in just to see what it is. And if not, then you know it's either closed Deku or not dungeon ER. It looks like it's closed.
It is indeed. Yep. Slay some Deku Baba, pick up some sticks. Richard's mom giving us a token as well on that other side.
Ooh,
and
another
more
Ganon
shops.
Smoky for 45. Not gonna buy that Deku Shield for 240. That's unfortunate for Rob a little bit here. He's gonna go to Kukuri Forest anyway, so he's gonna get one eventually. And he has, I mean, they both start with Kukuri Sword too. That's gonna be pretty big in checking Deku. I'm assuming it's just closed, no dungeon rando.
Unfortunately, this line of Rob Dogs, I guess he's gonna do the egg. But I was gonna
Yeah,
say he's kind of trapped in castle otherwise.
this is fine. I mean, you're gonna check market anyway. Market, Kakariko, and Kakuri Forest are the 3 areas you want to check the like first thing in indoor entrance rando. So I mean, the order in which you do it probably doesn't matter too much as long as you're efficient with it. And I don't know. I think Mario could be costing himself a little bit of time versus what Rob's doing, just based on efficiency and not backtracking as much. Because if you go there as adult, you could have just gone into forest potentially. You know, it could be 20 minutes, it could be 20 hours from now. We don't know, but I don't think it's a bad play by Mario either. And it is egg rando too. Oh, I guess we already knew that, right? Because we had that. I was thinking they started with it for a second. A lot of stuff to keep track of in these seeds.
Yeah, enough to jumble your brain even 10 minutes into the seed.
Oh, for sure. My thing is always like, if you're racing one of the RSL seeds, you gotta know like, how long is this gonna take? And having open door time is really nice as a start. They already know what the win con is, so they can take a lot of things into consideration that they otherwise wouldn't have the info for. So if it's like closed door time, or there's no pedestal, or child start, it can be a lot harder. So it's a little bit more straightforward of a seed right now.
Yeah, 78 skull Ganon's boss key. You're not skipping any skulls along the way.
Yeah, no hints is not a terribly nice setting to have. It's not entirely likely, it's pretty low odds, but I don't know, with runners like this, it's always super interesting to watch at the same time. You can really gain a lot of info based on how they route seeds like this. It's not necessarily just go for density either. A lot of people say that about this or Triforce Hunt, but I don't think that's entirely correct either. There's a lot of things you can kind of do to get more info as you play the seeds, and if you just go for density, it's going to be pretty inefficient. So we'll see how they approach it here, though.
Yeah, I would say logic being, both of these guys' strong suits. Rob Dog having written a lot of the logic for the randomizer, so he knows it intimately. And Mario, I know for the season 4 survey, boasted, that's one of the things he prides himself in, is being able to read the logic of a seed.
Yeah, I think these 2 runners plus Marco were like 3 of the 4 favorites to win the tournament, along with what the hell's happened. So it's too hard to say what's going to happen in a matchup like this. But whenever I think Key Sanity, I do think of Rob Dog. I think he's one of the better players on that specific setting. He really enjoys it, actually. So it's always slightly concerning if I'm playing against Rob Dog and I know Key Sanity's on in some capacity.
Yeah, I think the only other person I've heard you say says they enjoy Key Sanity is one I Ate Your Pie.
Yeah, not too many people usually say that, so definitely easy to remember who said it.
Alright, I think that's our first great fairy fountain. Also, chat, big braining, we need 4 carpenters. I noted Rob Dog wandered into that tent, but I did not note that there were no carpenters inside.
Yeah, so it is Vanilla Fortress, most likely. If hints were on and it said something about a jail key, which is something you almost never see, then it's just confirmed vanilla, but at this point, we'll see. But I really doubt they're going to go to Fortress anytime soon. They're going to be assuming it's 4 carpenters, so you're not going to go there without 4 keys. Although, you could kill the guards and still get items from them. because it is Key Sanity.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's not necessarily for nothing, but no overworld ER. They do have Epona, but no, you know. I think there's just bigger fish to fry at this point.
Yeah. We're a ways away, as he said.
And already you can kind of see Rob's maybe gaining an edge. I mean, he's gonna check Deku, and he has access to the Deku shield with money. So he's definitely gonna go there. We'll see what it is.
And I guess we missed that earlier. Was Nocturne a shadow?
Yep. It was Nocturne, Strength, Fire Key, and Bomb Duel Key in Mitos. Not to mention, Lab is in the mid house in Kikuria Forest. We got, again, in Small Key for 45 as well. And the 110 bottle and 140 Fire Small Key. So lots of wallet locked stuff early on. It's kind of... it's hard to see that.
Just gotta be taking good notes about your shops.
The one good thing for this, for Mario so far, is I think it was also vanilla spawn for child. I wasn't really paying attention to Rob's screen at that point, but should be able to catch up pretty easily. They're more or less at the same point anyway.
And Rob Dog definitely taking some notes there.
Yeah, it's definitely something you get used to as an RSL player. You know everyone else is going to take notes here and there, so there's really no reason not to, especially for harder settings like Key Sanity, Skull Sanity. You really got to be sure of where the stuff is, if it's Way the Hero, if it's in Logic.
How much it costs.
Yeah, especially. Like, even if you get Wallet, what if you have to double trip it, right? So,
yeah.
They'll definitely keep that in mind as like a routing option. Looks like Mario is going to go to Lon Lon, already getting the Ocarina. So this is somewhere where Rob does not have access to yet. Opting to go into Deku Tree first, just based on their like macro routing. Ooh, more keys here in Lon Lon on the right side. 100 Shadow, 140 G2G.
240 total. And we have at least one vanilla dungeon. Alright, so I think that's our second overworld token, as we got another song in the Deku Tree. Ooh, and a
Nice.
bottle of blue
Cool.
fire.
Very cool bottle.
Is blue fire cold? Maybe that's why it's magical.
I don't know. Do you think blue fire works like dry ice? Like, is it so cold that it burns you, or is it yeah, or is it actually hot? It's like it's too hot that it
Maybe it's so hot that it's freezing. Yeah.
yeah. I think it'll just melt your just don't touch it. Just don't touch it. So it looked like we're off. I didn't get a great look at that. Or okay. It's definitely good news. It's not going to be as dominated by a wallet for the seed. Like if it was random scrubs there, then this is a journey that they're going to be on. But
Oh yeah, scrubs
thankfully
is
not the case.
If you play with scrubs, you want it to be cheap scrubs. Hey yo, there's a bomb bag.
Oh wow, definitely very nice. Basically 0. A lot of entrance. It's not Grotto ER, but it will open a lot. Ooh, yeah, so it is definitely dungeon tokens. I think we kind of could have guessed that. And it does look like Overworld is off. I think we've seen about 5.
5, have we? Overworld?
I know it's been at least 2.
Oh, yeah, I definitely noted the 2. Plus, Adult Andrew gave us a token, so that confirmed the tokens are shuffled.
Yeah, make sure to get your prediction here in as to who's going to win the match. You can use your channel points for ZSR and possibly win some out of it. So, have about, what, 15 minutes for that?
Yeah, and if you want to really impress people, you get the time down.
How fast it's going to be for this scene?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's unpredictable to say the least. It could be hours difference in terms of what to predict for this one. Like, it's just a lot of stuff to do, right? You have to do 7 dungeons and get around 80 tokens. Who knows where they're even going to be? I mean, with Overworld off, that's really going to help them a lot, though. That's going to save them actually an hour or so at minimum.
What kind of shield was that?
That was a map in the back of Deku. It was a Hylian shield, though, on the skull and the compass room.
Yeah, no, I was looking on r0bd0g's side. Thought that was a shield, but...
Nah. Not today.
Good place for a map.
They already have MQ info. I think it was 1. It looked like Dodongos from what I saw from Rob's side. We'll see when Mario pauses again to check that.
Oh, I nearly forgot about Master Quest. As you do, if you're sane.
Yeah. It's here. It's definitely something to look out for. I definitely like Master Quest a lot. I think the more you play with it, the easier it gets. It's just a big question on how you route it, I think, for people that don't have a lot of exposure to it. It does change some of the item requirements, and if it's Dungeon ER, that'll also change your item requirements, either adding or subtracting, or just swapping in and out. You could have better like Bomb in the Well, and it's MQ or something, and that would be kind of bad, but Compass here, I don't think he's going to check that. So we already know what the meds here are as well.
Yeah, it's looking like dungeon maps and compasses aren't shuffled. There's been... Oh yeah, it's the Deku Tree one.
Well, they're on, but they're dungeon only, probably. That was the Deku one, yeah.
But very nice to get Minuet from Queen Goma, as we can go right to Saria.
It's pretty convenient. Ooh, a Fire Key.
Yeah, so more like Spear Zero Fire Keys.
Yeah, I mean, it's already 3, and they know about 2 more that they can buy. There was the one in Kakuri Forest for 140. I guess there's only one additional one, right? Still, though, that's 4 small keys for fire. With Key Sanity, it does add an additional one, so there's 9 keys for fire right now. And with Dungeon Skulls, that will impact their routing a little bit. They could save Scum in Fire Temple, totem there, right next to the entrance. You could get the token and the 2 checks and just scum it if you don't get anything, or not.
And with that, Mr. Mario has taken out Queen Goma. I can only assume he's gonna be following r0bd0g and Really, Rob Dog with a very slight lead at this point. I think that might have been... Did Mario peek that back skull? I guess at that point he might have determined it was fairly likely to be the map.
Yeah, if you check everything else in there, and you know it's dungeon only, he found the compass, so he probably just doesn't check that.
Yeah, I think that's what saved him a little bit of time, for sure.
It's a scale there. That's the number 2 grotto in Lost Woods. Pretty good.
It was.
It's gonna open up a lot of stuff for them. Especially already having a bottle. I guess it doesn't look like Rob maybe picked up the bottle. So he might not actually have access to Jabu, whereas Mario could go there.
Yeah, might be doubling back for it. We'll have to...
It was that Blue Fire from Epona's song. Because Rob still hasn't gotten to Lon Lon. So even though it does look like Rob is ahead, it's not quite the case here. It's just slight different routes, so it's not an exact 1-for-1 yet. It's kind of hard for the runners to converge on seeds, especially when there's options available, so many items to buy, and there's still wallet lock. So that's probably the #1 thing that they're looking for right now is either wallet or hookshot. Those will add a lot of things into logic.
Yep.
Not to mention, why not just go to Dodongos at this point? Just go back adult. The only bad thing with that is it's not really a great way to get there outside of just playing Nocturne, but it will be in the back of their minds. Especially with that Dungeon Skulls on, like, oh, that's just like a #1 prime target right now.
Ooh, there's Requiem. That could throw a wrench into the routing. But I think you're right. DC would be a good play. You could do Mini Wet of the Forest to get your song, or the song check, and then route through the Lost Woods into Goron City for your Dodongo's Cavern play.
Yeah, if the time of day lines up correctly too, they might just do Nightcack plus chickens and probably a few things along the way. They definitely won't go as child in DC, but it's possible.
Shoutouts to whoever added some Street Fighter music to the randomizer.
Yeah, all the custom music's pretty cool. I just use the ocarina music personally, but I can see the appeal.
Yeah, I really like some of the Banjo-Kazooie music. I think this is one of the first time I've heard Guile's theme, or whatever this is from Street Fighter.
Yeah, I believe it's Guile's theme, but it looks like the Gossip Stone setting is useless.
I don't know enough about Stone settings.
There's like 6 options or so, and they're all like pretty much 10-20% as far as I can recollect, but what was that on 10? I guess he hasn't checked.
Yeah,
Right,
he
right,
only
right.
has 6, but that's not a terrible spot for the Skulltula House.
No, accessible by both ages here, so they can kind of just put that off for whenever. You know they're going to have to get 78 at some point, so they're probably just going to try and like get 10-20 at the same time, then 30-50 at the same time, but it really depends on the pace at which they get these. And without a ton of items like Boomerang, Bow, Hookshot, those are kind of what you want for Overworld token.
Yeah, and just that one bottle on Mr. Mario's end, but it's filled with blue fire, so you might not want to spend that.
Yeah, the rupee routing is going to be really important, I think. Not as important as if the scrubs were on, but yeah, it's going to dictate, you know, like 2 trips versus 4 trips in some scenarios. I think the Poe House, where that is pretty important to know about, especially as an adult. You can get 20 rupees there so easy.
That Rob Dog is farming them down the river. One of my favorite spots to farm money for like key sanity, shop sanity is the frogs here. As well, of course, as killing skull children. Fingers crossed for that one, always.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite hobbies in Rando. You get so much money out of that. I think it's like a 500 or something.
I think it's 3. It's some ridiculous amount. But I'm just curious, like, when in the development stage of the vanilla game... Yeah, it's like, alright, you know, let's kill these guys and have this one-off gigantic amount of money.
I mean, they might have forgotten about it, but yeah, it'd be interesting to know the exact answer on that. Because I know in the domain diving game there is a 500 that sometimes spawns.
Oh, wow. I didn't know
But
that.
it's kind of rare.
Yeah, that's another
get
good
it off-
place to farm money if you need to.
Yeah,
Not
it's a
the
bit like
best.
RNG heavy. But like if you don't get it, you just reset the area and just go for it again. And it has to be once you already do diving game. Looks like hover
Yeah.
boots here in the river. Wow.
Fortunately,
That'd be
still can't apply them as a baby. No baby butter boots.
And Mario is doing a little bit of divergence here. Not going to go that way. Is going to try and go to Colossus. See what the item here is.
There you go. That's a tunic. I hope that wallet isn't locked in the fire. Wait, no, it can't be locked in the fire temple, could it?
For what?
Well, we just got our Goron tunic. Was wondering if the wallet, our first wallet, could be locked in the fire temple.
Could be. I mean,
Early on.
it's really easy to get the Goron tunic. Yeah, that was a
Yeah.
bow on top of the Colossus Arch. I did want to say that.
Huh.
So they will have to plan a beat for that. Unless, I mean, there could be another one somewhere else. Looks like Mario is gonna just go for it here. TCG, let's go.
Pulling a Cola Osu. Aw.
Will he
Denied
try
on the
again?
first try.
I think it's just a one and done scenario. You just kind of go for it when you can.
Yeah,
Did
you
not
have
see-
Requiem.
What small key that was in River. On Rob's side.
And unfortunately, Rob not playing with personal tracker either, so I'm not making anybody's life easier.
We'll find out eventually. Looks like Mario is going to make his way over there. Pretty easy to get to with Minuet already, and Requiem. Not to mention Bolero and Nocturne. So, making their way across Hyrule. Making it look pretty easy.
Rob Dog finding another shop. Nice, big, cheap 200 rupee.
They are pretty much doing the same route. The only real difference is that Llama for Mario.
Yep.
Which, I mean, I think all these plays make sense. They're doing everything in logic. They for sure do not want to go out of logic at this point. I don't think we still know if it's beatable only. I might have missed a clue here or there, but... Ooh, wow, look at that!
Holy heck! Who dropped that bomb? One of the few acceptable bombs to drop.
Bert the Gorilla, thank you.
Yeah, and make sure you get your thank yous in chat. Anyone who's just gifted a sub, welcome to ZSR. Enjoy the emotes. I guess Bart is hype for some random settings league. here on Zelda Speedruns. Got two heavy hitters in Mr. Mario versus r0bd0g. Grabbing that spirit key off the diving minigame. I guess also to note the beans aren't shuffled.
So Rob is up to 8 gold skulls. They're around the same in terms of their totals here. Wow, that's a great location here for bomb tree bowling.
Yeah. Does time of day pass in the fountain here?
No.
Okay.
So, of note, could not play the game because bomb chews are in logic. So will not let
Yep.
you do that unless you find the bomb chew pack, which this bomb bag was fairly early, so I would assume the bomb chew pack is also pretty early. You can kind of come to the same conclusion in S4 weekly seeds, where if you get any pack of bomb chews early on, like Spear Zero, your bomb bag's probably not too far behind.
Emo Soda giving you the inside scoop, the tip of the day.
Otherwise, either or would be in logic, and we already know that's not the case for a lot of those kinds of settings. So, of course, it could be locked by an item that is Spear Zero, because that was, I think, 1 or 2 for the bomb bag and Deku. You had to buy a shield and then get the Kakuri sword, but you start with that already, so just buying the shield.
Season 4 has all the spiciness, as you mentioned, kind of adding to the allure of the settings. But there's so much that some people might not know exactly what they're playing.
So that is a GTG key. Look, the key in Upper River.
And also, there was a fire key from the torch run here in Domain.
I'm keeping a note sheet here. It's just a notepad, though. It's not anything super sophisticated today.
Ooh, there's our mask shop. Picking up that Keaton.
At Lab there.
Not a great spot without a Serenade.
Mario doing the real fancy Domain torch run setup where you get flame storage, you pull the stick out, then you drop down. So it's just like if you had Din's Fire. It does save time, about, I think it's like 10 to 15 seconds.
Yeah, I popped off the first time I saw this. I mentioned it in the race last night. I'm a really big fan of this strat.
Yeah, it's really good. It just feels good too when you do it. So you just get the chest, you go right back up. It does matter a little bit in terms of where you're gonna go in Domain. Like if you're just gonna go down anyway, matters a little bit less, but it's still pretty cool. I'm just hoping for Rob.
With the right movement, you know, of course, with the exit in mind, you can really just tell off the bat that it's gonna save time before it's even finished.
Yeah. And Rob's gonna check field here, kind of making his way from the lake. Makes a lot of sense. I assume Mario's probably gonna do the same thing, as they both have done river. And there's a spirit key on the diving game.
Keys everywhere, but not too many dungeons that are open left to spare.
They're not doing too badly on item set though. This is about what I would expect in like, say an S4 seed. Having this number of items isn't too crazy, and there's a lot of similarities at the same time between this and those settings. At least at this point, there's nothing too like wild. They only see in RSL. Like it's not like mixed pools. It's not overworld ER, dungeon ER.
Absolutely.
So I think a lot of this is going to go. I don't know. I think they're both great at those kinds of settings too, though. So it's really hard to tell if anyone's going to be favored in this kind of matchup.
Yeah, my sub 6 fingers are crossed.
Sub 6.
Seems
I think
very
Key
likely with
Sanity,
these guys.
Key Sanity, if you get sub 4, that's an insane time. Especially if they're like keys anywhere. At this point, I think we've only seen small keys in the overworld, so I would kind of guess that it is overworld only for small keys if I were running the seed. Which is a setting that was recently added just a few months back, I think at the start of the bracket phase here for this season 2 of RSL. Also added were Song Sanity on dungeon rewards, as well as dungeon only key sanity, where you have like, say Deku, and you only find fire and spirit keys, so you go to fire and spirit and you find forest and shadow keys or something, just as an example. Definitely a hard setting. Overworld's a lot more palatable. You can kind of just go everywhere and then start going to dungeons.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of double dipping. I think we should in that case implement like 5 spawns for Furor's Wind. Give them all a different color.
It adds a lot of complexity, and it might actually not be that great. You could have like a lot of errors in generating, potentially, so it might not be the greatest thing. It looks like bomb chews are in the waterfall here in Valley. I think it's even better mirror shield.
No, it's
Red,
the lens.
it's okay. Oh, okay, neither of those.
And routing that in nicely now, heading over to the Spirit Temple. He's gonna... Oh wait, no magic. Can't do the mini game. Never mind. But with those bumps, he might peek inside. What do you think?
In Spirit Temple?
Right? Can't you hit the switch with the bombs?
No.
Only choose.
Only choose. At least for child side. Adult side, I don't think the bomb bag can reach. It's more of just Jabu only, I think you might be thinking of, but...
Oh yeah, maybe.
That
yeah.
can also work with bomb chews on adult side. It's a little tricky. You kind of have to line up with the seam a little bit, but it is possible. But usually hookshot or bow is what you want. We do know where that bow is, and Rob is getting the first look there on what's on top of the archway, that bow that we saw earlier from Mario.
Yep. Also planted that beam down in Lake Hylia as well.
Yep, pretty smart.
That's where my first hook shot, the first couple seeds that I played was.
That's rough. That's super rough if that happens. I don't think Mario planted a beam. I don't know for sure though.
Should have. He's definitely bought the beams. Yeah, I'm thinking he wants to go towards Dongo's Cavern, maybe Fire Temple.
Yeah, it's just the play to make at this point. I mean, I'm a little surprised Rob hasn't gone there already. Probably favoring Overworld a little bit. I think he wants to do chickens. and then possibly like Reeded Grotto, and could even go up
Just
to Goron Speed if you really want to.
How many chickens do we got?
The top of Crater is dead. Didn't see what on the wall was. Ooh, Mirror Shield, there we go.
Ooh,
I knew it was
pretty
close.
color.
I can feel it in my bones.
Are they chicken bones?
Don't know. Nice save from Mario. The bomb was a little bit too far away. Yeah, 5 chickens today. Yep, that MQ DC is the only MQ today in this matchup. Got the confirmation from Mario's side there real quick.
Well, r0bd0g selling off that Keaton mask before he's grabbing this last chicken.
Yeah, with no hints on, he's probably thinking a Mask of Truth, if I had to guess. I mean, you have Skull Mask, but you also have Mask of Truth potentially on in these settings. But I think at that point you have to have the hints for it, so it might not actually be on at this point. It's kind of like one of the weird quirks with it, if I'm thinking of that right.
So what was on top of Andrew here that r0bd0g's going for?
I think it was a shop. Oh, Hose, right, Hose. Get that gold skull. Ooh, a fortress key, that's number 1 here in DMT wall.
And another one on top of the cavern, or the training ground.
Yeah.
So
I was gonna freak out if that was a fortress key. Oh my god. That'd been great.
So let's see what is inside the Master Quest, Dodongo's Cavern. Unfamiliar? Get your notepad out. Mr. Mario's gonna show you how it's done.
Yeah, Mario's pretty confident in this. So is Rob too. Rob's probably the runner that's the best at Master Quest.
Yeah, there's March Madness. I would love to see a Zooter Master Quest March Madness.
Mario's gonna run out of bombs potentially here. That might be really bad for him. There's pretty much no bomb drops in DC, so he's gonna have to be really careful with how he uses them.
I know there was a refill on the wall that Mario picked up in the crater. They do both have strength, so hopefully they can utilize that to their advantage as best they can.
NQ DC is a little weird if you're used to the normal one. Most notably, the bomb bag chest is not there. There is an extra one in that room, as well as one that's unlocked by a fire source or Styx' child. But we won't be seeing that for a little bit. Mario looks like he's going to get the gold skull here, next to the Lizaflos. That's his bomb. I think he might be able to hover past it. I think that's what he's trying to do, maybe. Ooh, look at that jump from the Lizaflos.
Yeah.
He's coming after him. He's right there.
He's getting his airtime here on ZSR.
Shades of Stalfos. I feel like Stalfos do that way more often. Just like sneak up behind you in Child Spirit and just hit you right when you're like turning around. And Rob is going to plant the bean for Bo as well. Or waiting for time today, probably for Dampe, and gonna get the CAC gold skulls. Because yeah, he did plant that, right?
Yep, but meanwhile, Mr. Mario is making progress towards that medallion count. I guess it's technically his stone count.
Dungeon count, probably. Nice bomb refill on Dampe. Looks like it was 10.
Let's not forget the slingshot game here.
Very easy to forget about.
And there's a Beamos. No bombs though.
Unlucky.
Beamos are one of the few enemies that you can usually count to give you some bombs.
It's not super likely. I think it's a 50-50 for being honest.
I mean, that's
It's the
pretty
same
good
as,
odds in my opinion.
I think it's the same as Armos. Armos might be a little bit higher. Exactly.
Yeah, that's right. Armos another good one. But, I mean, there's, you know, in Ocarina of Time, there's not like too many enemies like that. You know, like if you need arrows, there's not an enemy you can go find to get arrows.
Yeah, if you don't know, there's going to be an army of Armos in the back here. They're nice enough. It's not like one-hit KO or anything, so you won't see any deaths or anything like that, but can be a bit trolly sometimes. Okay, getting some from the pot there. I think there's one more pot that they can get bombs from. I think the maze?
Rob Dog, they're finding our first Forest Temple key, I think, from the Redead Grotto.
Forest keys. Ooh, that's really nice. The skull token
Yep.
position had a nice bomb refill. So I'm not going to worry about it too much probably at this point.
And I'd love to see that Poe in the dungeon. One of the more creative things that the Master Quest developers added in.
Yeah, Forest Key is definitely super nice to find, especially considering they have hover boots already. They're definitely going to do the 3-key strategy, where you just can skip 2 keys in Logic. It's not in Logic itself, but, you know, they could be anywhere in the overworld at this point, so definitely one of the strats to know for Key Sanity specifically. But we'll see that in the probably the near future. Depends where they get the hook shot. We already know where Bo is.
And if you don't, you can search the ZSR archives and watch Trezco do it. And that means if Trezco can do it, so can you.
Yeah, my match with Kirox also had it, so you watch that as well.
Yeah, much more exciting matchup.
It's a race, I mean, but Trez is pretty cool too.
Yeah, that's a very, very entertaining Hell Sanity seed to watch.
Definitely entertaining.
There we go. The dinosaur has been defeated as r0bd0g checks out ATZ's pet Tektite.
Ooh. The
What was
item there in the Tektite Grotto, I thought it was a magic or hammer. I think it's a magic though. It's a little hard to see.
And magic is a little harder to see with the custom cosmetics some of the runners go with.
I mean, Rob doesn't have any on. He definitely always has vanilla colors on.
Well, vanilla-ish.
Yeah, except his
Looking at
button
that
there.
sword.
Yeah, that's
GameCube runner.
hell yeah. GTG, the boulder chests, or the boulder grotto in Northfield. I think we saw that for Mario stuff.
Nope.
Also pretty still even here on skull token count, about 14 to 17.
r0bd0g really avoiding that Temple of Time. Finally getting back there.
Yeah, it's really weird that he's avoiding the dongos, but I mean, with overworld small key sanity, you kind of have to at least mostly full clear. It's just a question of can he do that faster, and does like the small key that you find there matter getting it now versus waiting later? And it's a tough question to answer.
Yeah, very, very tough. It's gonna be a couple hours before we find the answer.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the things that makes key sanity a very hard setting to route.
There's that forced key for Mr. Mario.
Talon's chickens on the castle ferry.
Oh, that's an interesting location.
I don't know what he's doing in his cave, but we're knocking on his door.
B5 foam.
He's like some fairy tale character. He has a child-only entrance, and then he has a door that it leads to. It's super weird. Ooh, a fortress key though. That's huge.
Yeah, that's 2 out of 4.
They were both bomb locked. The other one was that DMT wall. And opponent is on. Definitely good to know about. It's not a slow opponent.
Yep. And Mr. Mario, I think it was Mr. Mario. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Mr. Mario in his match last night. Looked like for just a brief moment he was routed to Lon Lon before he played opponent's song. So quite funny jumping back and forth between RSL and Season 4, I imagine.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Looks like we do have confirmation that it was a magic meter in the Tektite Grotto. As r0bd0g riding that bean.
I mean, the bow is super important, especially for overworld tokens. You can just confirm so much stuff so much faster. You're not wasting any bombs by like mistiming throws. It's just super nice. It's probably what he was waiting for before going to Dongos, possibly. There's a few gold skulls in there in MQ that you can only get with a ranged weapon. I'm thinking kind of the one that's near... It's in the hallway where I think a scrub is on normal DC. And there's a Deku scrub plus something else in there. I think a bat. remember see it having ocarina, first ocarina in that location. Pretty nasty.
Oh, wow.
Won't have to worry about that today with vanilla ocarinas. We're just past the hour mark here. Got a smattering of keys, not too surprising. Nothing too wild yet.
Yeah, other than Fire Temple, the Dongle's Cavern, and Spirit Temple. We can't do any other dungeons. Looking for some dungeon access, I think.
Yeah, because outside of DC, they don't really have a ton of places that they can even check. If they plant the bean, they could go lake. Looks like Mario's heading that way.
Yeah, we'll see if he grabbed that bean earlier.
Doesn't look like it.
Nope. Interested in our Scarecrow Bonnaroo here. There's that fortress key for Rob Dog. Where is the best place for them to check density-wise? I guess maybe the Skulltula house?
Yeah, they could do 1020. Looks like Rob
Or
could do that. He's one off.
Fire Temple.
Yeah, it's not too terrible. I mean, they at least can go into it, right? They can't do probably a ton. They only, I mean, it has 4 keys. You can go up the elevator at the very least and check
Yeah.
a couple things here and there. With Skull Tokens on, there's 2 extra checks right now that they have access to, so it's fairly good. It's not the best, but I think it's good enough that Rob's probably going to go in there, especially with the Goron's Unic. It's beatable only, most likely. Still not confirmed, but with our Warbs most likely not being randomized and only 2 left, it's pretty likely it's beatable only.
Meanwhile, Robdog grabbing those double Ds from his 10 Skulltula reward. And Mr. Mario not routing in the Dampe Digging or the Slingshot game. He's going straight for chickens.
Yeah, it's hard to get that. I mean, it's just stuff that we saw Rob do earlier in his first child segment by putting off DC, which is a decision. I don't know if it's the right one yet, but
Well, Mr.
I mean,
Mario
Mario
had the,
did have to, he had to change
opportunity
agent
to-
already.
Yeah. He would have had to wait it out somewhere.
Yeah.
And there's our second force key.
I think Mario just got that not too long ago.
Oh, did he go into the maze? I missed that.
Yeah.
Well, Robdog's showing off this trick. Not the easiest one in the world, but gets it 3rd or 4th try. Ooh, it's worth it. Oh, wow, it's worth it.
Wow, that's huge. I mean, you know your market shops as child have 2 fountains there. And I think that's the only ones we've seen so far. And that is out of logic still, but I mean,
Yeah, that's something
It's
you
still
break
pretty
logic
good.
for.
yeah. If you had a hint that was there, you just go for it.
Yeah. And like you said, haven't found too many great fairy fountains, but we can jump into this royal tomb.
Yeah, either a strength or hammer, definitely put that into logic at this point. Definitely a question on what it could be. Yeah, I think key count's one of the big things with, if you know it's probably beatable only and key sanity, something to pay attention to. If the seed just throws you like 6 keys for 1 dungeon and not a lot else, This one's a little bit more balanced, so it might not be the case that Fire Temple does have something, but
I think those hover boots would also kind of push me towards the Fire Temple.
the biggest thing right now is the world isn't even that huge. They don't have that much access to a whole lot. So I would probably be paying a little bit more attention to numbers of keys in this situation. So I think fire could be a really strong option, actually. Other than that, it's like you could go to Fortress, but you know you're gonna have to double dip. You only have 2 of the keys, but you could check all 4 guards. And with hovers, it's pretty easy. And you can get the Fortress rooftop chest. And you could even get the gold skull there at night. Not the one on archery, but you can kill that gold skull and then just drop down to it. So that is a consideration.
Going back to the windmill. Get just a recovery heart, though. Oh, shooting gallery.
Yeah, that was interesting to see where Mario's going right now. Seems a little bit at odds in terms of like what he wants to route in. Like he has the option of going. I guess he hasn't been river yet. Or no, he has been river.
Yep, he has the hover boots. There's some kind of key on archery.
Changing his mind, gonna go to Requiem. He does have at least 1 bean. I don't know if he has 2. Probably got to be thinking about planting the beans if he was making his way to the lake. Okay, he has 3 beans here.
Yep.
Okay, wow. Super prepared. It's like Rob's gonna check back potion shop. I'm not sure if we've seen this or granny shop. Definitely ones that you can. Oh right, because it's simple indoor, so this just connects back to the right shop. Picking up that I think spirit keys there.
I think this is a GTG. Oh no. Never mind, that's a skull token. But that key was the GTG key.
Yeah, on top of DC.
Yep.
Yep, and Mario is gonna go Valley into Lake. Probably he doesn't have Slingshot, so he won't be able to check. Oh, never mind. It's Overworld Skulls off, right? I was about to say, like, the grotto here can be really tough to check sometimes next to the Valley entrance, but not a thing this time.
So I'm guessing he'll get his lens, take the owl, and check those beams, get his bow. While r0bd0g has entered Dodongo's cavern.
Yeah, we'll see if he sticks around a little bit longer. I'm gonna imagine he checks just a few more things with the bow. That's why he put it off. It could just be for like an overall routing thing though. Like maybe he wanted to get the archery game plus DC and a few other things. It's kind of something that really will pay off a lot more times than not, especially with Key Sanity. Just getting every other like small check here and there, even for just skulls in the overworld, is going to be pretty important to see like this. You need 78 of them for that Ganon's key.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's not a whole lot you can skip.
Not too much. I mean, 22 is a lot of tokens, so you could skip all the really bad ones in overworld. That's like between 5 and 10, depending on who you ask. But outside of that, yeah, it's gonna come down to sequencing of dungeons, probably, as well as being able to full clear stuff when you go to it. Just kind of stuff that always comes up in Key Sanity.
And there can't be any inside Ganon's castle, right?
For small keys?
For skull tokens.
Oh, no, they could be in there.
Right?
Yeah, there could be still some in there. Like White Trail could just be all tokens for all we know, right?
That would be pretty terrible.
It takes a lot out of the pool, that's for sure. It turns it more into like a potentially 78 out of 78 kind of a seed.
Yeah.
If you know it's beatable only, ooh, that's like worst case scenario.
That's what I was thinking. That's my job here in the commentator's booth.
That's what chat's rooting for. I know chat. I know how they think. I'm hoping it's not Xaxes though. God, that's brutal every time it happens.
Eventually, I want to go to bed.
Yeah, in terms of like a time estimate at this point, they do have a lot of the keys just kind of initially here. They have one for at least each of the dungeons, which is a good place to be about an hour in.
Yeah, I mentioned fingers crossed for sub 6. There is the owl. Not randomized.
Yeah,
Something to keep in mind.
Rob's definitely one of the more outspoken racers in terms of like owl logic. Definitely something that he roots for every time.
Yeah.
So yeah, Mario's not missing that. Not in any chance there. Definitely gonna go pick up the bow just like Rob did, and we'll be almost even now. I mean, they've both gone to Lon Lon. They've both done all of the same areas, almost all the same checks. I think Rob will be up maybe a one or two things here in DC. I did check that one skull I talked about earlier, and I think you can check something else in here that Mario might not have gone to. Without Song of Time, won't be able to check that skull though. On the left side as you enter DC, there's a bunch of Song of Time blocks that you have to play it over and over for a skull token. So I won't have that, but we will see here. Oh, interesting. Going Bolero first.
Well, it looks like they taking that dip into the fire temple. No, never mind. Must maybe he didn't do the maze?
I thought for sure he did maze, but maybe not. I thought he did his child, or...
Where else could he be going? Unless he's going back to DC with that bow. No, he doesn't have the bow yet.
No. He did fight the beam though, so I mean...
He did, for sure. You know, Rob Dog taking on the teenage Dodongos. They're not the babies. They're not as big as the king. Kinda halfway in between.
Oh, right, that ZL in the maze. Probably just gonna check real quick what
Wow.
that is and be pleasantly surprised. I think it's really hard to know as a racer if you're ahead or behind here, if you're Mario. Rob could have gotten that at pretty much any point in his child segment, especially if it had kind of a longer one, and we know he did, but Mario doesn't. So like, that could have happened, and hovers are also pretty easy to get at River. Or you could be thinking to yourself, wow, this is a really early ZL, and it's out of logic. Like, when is Rob going out of logic in a seed like this? So you kind of have both situations potentially in play here, and I don't know. I think it depends on who you ask in terms of whether or not you think you'd be behind here or ahead, but we know they're pretty much even here. It's gonna be a very exciting race going forward here.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're just joining us, still got plenty of seed left. Anybody's game. Essentially neck and neck. It comes down to where these tokens are, where these keys are.
Probably also gonna get adult shooting gallery at Empa on Mario's side. Almost converging. They're so close to each other. Alright, the comp grave as well that Rob got earlier. Will we be able to confirm what item this is? I think it was most likely a small key, but I don't know. Did not get a good look at that on Rob's side earlier.
Yeah, there was some synchronization on my end as well.
Forest key. Nice. Okay,
So that is
makes
the third.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's pretty much all they need. They can do 3 key forests, which is a very nice trick to know for key sanity. Get to skip 2 keys logically, and for a whole dungeon. They're going to be thinking as that is one of their 7 dungeons for Bridge.
Yep. And
if they can find hookshot, that's the biggest thing.
And I'm guessing, an hour, 20 minutes in, we haven't seen a single boss key. They're probably in their vanilla dungeons. There is the dinosaur down for Rob Dog. Look at that, Rob Dog up to 21 skull tokens.
And it's a water key. Okay. Not what I want to find under my pillow from the Key Sanity Fairy, but it's what we got.
So Mario not going into DC. He's a Rob Dog going. Guess maybe to spend that blue fire?
Yeah, I mean, he could. I mean, you have Fountain open right now. It is out of logic, but they could go there.
Looks like that's what Rob Dog is. Rob, you have Zelda's Lullaby. I guess that's
still
faster.
faster. Yeah, it's way faster.
Yeah, and he's confident enough to just, go right over it.
Yeah, it's not too bad of a setup, actually. All you really do is find the angle, which you get from just climbing the ledge. And then once you're in the corner by just side hopping, you just side hop like, I don't know, 200 times. You only really need to do it twice, but you could do it that many times. There's no penalty, and you just backwalk and with hovers, and it's just a straight shoot. Sun Song, ooh, that's really big. It's gonna open up a lot of doors routing wise. Really not gonna be worried at all about the tokens now. Just really needs to find a hookshot, and that will put Rob in a really good spot. So of course, that would just open Forest Temple.
Looks like Mario one skull token shy of that water key. Is he also thinking of breaking some logic? He looked like for a moment. But looks like he's maybe thinking about the Fire Temple instead. So I've said it before. I'll say it again here on ZSR. We've got fire. We've got ice. It just seems to happen.
Just need a song from Fire, and it'll be all set.
I mean, very pretty song. I don't know what game it's from. Mythos.
Yeah, Breath of the Wild. Dense. That's
another
huge.
fire key.
Of course, where are you gonna find your fire but in Fire, right? That's just on brand. And the first chest too, that's interesting. Let's see what this... I'm pretty sure that's a small key at the bottom there on... I'd see what maybe a purple rupee?
Fortunately, the keys are not colored, so no help.
Yeah, that... I think that's a purple rupee. That's actually one of the things I wish was kind of implemented in some capacity, even just like maybe hints. Like, forest key is at X check instead of just key. It would help a lot in making it a little bit more playable with key sanity. Fire arrows too.
Wow.
So both of your fire sources in fire. That's okay.
And we know where one magic is, in the Tektite Grotto.
Yep, no way to access it yet. They do have one scale, so they're just one item off. Either way, kind of like logically for ZL, just a strength or hammer, and in that case, just a scale or iron boots away. So not too bad. Ooh, Song of Storms as well? This is a loaded fire.
Yo.
Holy moly. That's only locked by 2 keys in logic right now.
Yep, those here 0 keys. The one that cost 0 rupees and I forget where the other one is. And was that Silver's?
I think with an ice?
Yeah, there was
no, gold. Okay. Yeah.
Strength on that token.
Interesting. I mean, that could put... Well, that doesn't put ZL in logic, but that could be 3rd strength potentially, or hammers out there already that locks it, but it's definitely interesting.
Yeah, but Mario's out of Fire Temple with those fire sources, and what else did he just get?
You got Din's, Fire Arrows, and Song of Storms.
Storms.
He could have gone up Elevator, so I don't quite not doing that. He might want to put it off until he gets the 5th, so he can open up the elevator or the shortcut chest. Yeah, where it looks like Rob has 5, so He will be one-tripping it versus at least 2 from Mario. I think there was a BK lock on the door in Fire 2. Did you catch that?
Ooh, I did not. Maybe someone in chat did.
Pretty sure it was there. So, if it is, I mean, you could add BK sanity at this point. It could just be in dungeons. I mean, we haven't seen one yet, and we saw a lot of the shops too. So I would assume it's probably not BK sanity. Yeah, it could be vanilla BK even. That is an option.
Tons of options in the randomizer. But Mario taking that storms to one of the best places to use it, inside the windmill.
Yeah, just in terms of a time perspective, it's like if you go up elevator and fire versus doing this, it's about the same time, but like so many times more checks, and with ZL, it makes a lot of sense to come here. So I actually like this play a lot for Mario.
Yep. Let's see how r0bd0g tackles this room. Is he gonna go for the glitchless jumps? Nope. Says, ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah, look to see what's the very end here in Ice.
I think this is gonna be the. Oh no, we saw the map and he has the compass, so yeah. 2 checks left. Token and arrow, yuck. So, not much in ice other than that strength upgrade, which we're gonna have to come back for. So it looks like fire was the play to make.
Possibly, I mean, you probably have to go both if I had to guess. There's probably something else. We haven't really seen anything yet in Bomb World, but like if hookshot's in here, that's just sequencing advantage to Mario slightly, but I mean, after Fire Temple, I think Rob's, it's kind of a toss-up where he goes, but I think he's also very potentially going to go to Bomb the Wall once he finds the Sonic Storms.
Yep. Well, like you mentioned, he's got that extra key to play with in here.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, I think it's pretty free with 5. Do you have to think, like, what if you do find Hammer, in which case you do need a 6 to get vanilla BK potentially?
Did confirm that lock on the door. Yikes. About halfway done with this bottom of the well. Very nice dead hand fight.
I wouldn't expect any less from Mario. Nice one cycle.
Minor grab, but I know I can't do it anywhere near as fast.
Does have to be a little bit careful. Does only have 2 well keys, so he probably saves scum the loop to basement, or worst case scenario, you check that first and then save scum another time for one of the inner dungeons doors. But you can do those first too.
Yeah, I would be tempted to do the inner doors first. You know, chances are one of them's gonna be garbage. There's the map. But a lot of the well is done, and actually I think Mr. Mario already did scum that key earlier on. But the well's almost done, and we haven't gotten anything out of here.
Come on, hookshot. Come on, hookshot. Ah, just some money. Come on, hookshot. Let's go.
Won't be too surprised if he comes out of here with nothing, if he goes straight for Frogs 1.
Some bomb shoes. I mean, those could be logical explosives, right?
Yeah, he wants them.
It's gonna make use of this nice jump that you can do. Well, not jump, but more of a throw by the like. It's just gonna leave the Hylian shield, looks like. No interest in getting that back. I guess he has mirror shield, so that makes sense.
Was r0bd0g able to do bomb shoot bowling when he was up at the ice or the Zora's Fountain? I don't think so.
He did get the gold skull there, yeah. Or not in Fountain, but in Domain. Ooh, scale 2.
No, I meant the bomb shoot bowling inside the Great Fairy Fountain entrance.
No, you need bomb shoes for that. He doesn't have those yet.
Okay, yeah, that was the question.
Sorry.
It's all good.
Yeah, the second scale here is really, really big for Mario.
Yeah.
He's gonna be able to get that magic from Texite.
And r0bd0g at the map chest. Meanwhile, Mr. Mario making use of those bottle bugs.
Yeah, with the bomb shoes, it's gonna be really big too. Going into Child Spirit.
Oh yeah,
I think they
very
both probably
wise.
wanted to come in here, I'm sure, before, but oof. That's why you save, everyone. That's why you save at the beginning of each dungeon, because
Or
especially if
this-
you can get your shield burned away.
Yeah, or you like make a point to pick up that skull mask. Hashtag skull mask drats.
Yeah. It's a little too cute, I think.
Not as popular as the bunny hood strats.
Yeah, even that, I think, is... Unless it's open mask shop, it's just too much. And unless you know Mask of Truth is something too in RSL, it's just... too many hoops, unfortunately. It is sick, though.
Alrighty, so nothing left in deeper fire temple for r0bd0g, but he's got that shortcut opened. Also, chances fairly high that it's vanilla boss keys. Still plenty of the fire temple left to explore. Ooh. Anyone just joining us? This is the Random Settings League. It's not standardized. Well, it is to an extent, but you start up the seed, and you find the hammer in Spirit Temple.
Let's go. And more bomb chews. Wow.
Nice.
Okay.
You gotta suss things out as you go. At about 1 hour, 40 minutes in, there aren't too many surprises around any corners, but we haven't seen any boss keys yet, so you never know.
It is a good point, too. It is out of logic right now. Do need Boomerang or Slingshot to be able to get that check. But, I mean, it's still an item.
Is that true with bomb chews and logic as well?
Yeah, it's still a trick, I believe.
Okay.
Even though they are in logic for the explosives, it's not logic to get that check.
Mario? What?
Yeah, he's trying the bomb chew setup here, so you can actually hit all the things you need to by doing this setup.
Curious.
Looks like he missed the one that goes to the boulder, though.
Boulder.
Yeah, to get to the next room. There is a setup that you can do that allows you to do that.
Mouse it all the way up there.
I believe so. It's a little complex, but
I never would have thought.
yeah, as evidenced by Mario here. Bunch of rolls here and there.
Looks like r0bd0g is going to be trailing Mario into the bottom of the well, unfortunately.
Yep, I mean, I think a lot of people make this play to go into bottom of the well.
Shoutouts to our Pokemon-themed Spirit Temple tonight. Guess these are some Zubat here. What would the Pokemon equivalent of a Beamos be? Help me out, chat. Now, who doesn't like pizza?
Yeah, it's kind of, I think they know the answer, if I had to guess.
Even Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles like pizza. Super scary iron knuckle fight.
Resisting the urge to also get pizza. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it, chat. Not today.
Oh, there's Serenade of Water.
Thinking about if he wanted to scum that, I think, but it's really not that great. You don't probably want to go water.
But do you remember what's in the lab? Our mask shop.
I mean, even that's still kind of... It's just kind of minor, I think. You know where the... Yeah, like, he's gonna know where the second strength is if he goes to Ice Cavern, but you're still missing Hookshot is the biggest thing, so like, if he finds Hookshot, that leads to second strength. He doesn't know that, of course, yet, but I think it's pretty reasonable to not get that right now. He could have tested it and then saved Scum, just in case, like, 1 or 2 songs are actually randomized, just to know if it's beatable only, but I think that's probably just a waste, especially in a 1v1 like this. You know Rob's very good in random settings and in general. So I think you're just trying to save as much time as possible. And there's literally nothing else in Spirit. And it's key sanity. You gotta be saving your keys. So I think the save scum there makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, you're probably right.
It's just too risky, because what if the last 2 Spirit keys that you would need if you did use that, or at least one of them with Longshot too. That could be anywhere. It could be on HBA or something, and that's way far off right now. You would need 2 Fortress keys right now too, like... Ugh.
Yeah. His brain's working. He's checking Dampy, he's doing the slingshot. But, you know, there's nothing left in Fire Temple. Child Spirit, bottom of the well, we're barren. Where do you go?
Bottom of the well had second scale, which leads to magic, right? So it's not barren.
Oh,
but...
magic, that's right.
Yeah. Still good, but, I mean...
I'm surprised he didn't actually go directly there before going into... I guess you could have done the Royal Tomb, but you have to do time of day.
It's really nice that Mario gets the skulls now in CAC versus earlier like Rob, because this is going to lead probably to the magic check, and then just go Shadow at that point. You can check a lot of stuff. Don't really need Hookshot that badly. Yeah, I think it's a big consideration right now. It's your biggest area that you have access to right now. You don't have the Fortress keys. I still don't think you're going to find any small keys in dungeons, so...
Yeah.
It could just be item. It could be Hookshot in there in Shadow. You already have hovers, so I think you have to go for it.
Yeah, I completely glossed over that gold scale leading to magic, which opens up the Shadow Temple, so definitely the play to make.
Or Mario could also go fire and see if it's vanilla BKs, because that would inform him of a lot of things, at least for his future dungeons. And he already has the warp song too for that. So I think that could also be, like, maybe pre-Shadow, just go get fired and see where BK is. Or if it's vanilla or not. Because then you're going to have to go out fire, potentially. And Rob's also going to get the bomb shoes here. Did neglect to mention that, yeah, logical explosives are also in Bomb of the Well. So 2 things in Bomb of the Well.
Mario going to the river? Oh, the Skull Tilda in the snow. Got that already, it looks like.
I think the best topping for pizza is definitely more pizza. Just have miniature pizza for your pizza topping, right? Like, got a min-max.
A couple months ago, I had a frozen pizza with no toppings, and I was like, what am I going to do? I fried up 4 eggs on the stove, and then I put that on top of my frozen pizza, a little bit of more shredded cheese on top, and I got to tell you, it was delicious.
Could even do like kimchi or something, right?
Yeah, there you go. Well, that is my new favorite pizza topping, fried egg.
It's definitely not a bad one. Or what if you did like fried rice as a topping on pizza? Is that too crazy?
I don't think anything's too crazy. We are here in the Random Settings League. Craziness fits. Mark going back into domain, kind of confusing me here. Is this just routing in the owl? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, probably. I mean, doesn't have Prelude or a Serenade. You know, you scummed it already, so I think this is your probably best way to get there. It doesn't also have Sun, so I guess be really careful time of day, depending on what he does. I think you'll probably check the match shop like you were saying.
Yep,
Definitely handle that key.
Meanwhile, r0bd0g, training ground key from the lab dive. So he's putting that gold skill immediately to use, as well as that bottle.
They're pretty much tied still on tokens. Pretty interesting. I think there's only really going to be like an overtaking in terms of that later on in the seed when they run out of overworld tokens, or they might not run out of overworld tokens too. Like there could just be a dungeon that just has 8 to 10 tokens in it.
Looks like r0bd0g is taking those tokens seriously.
Yeah, it's been a lot more aggressive with the skull routing, I think, in the overworlds.
Looks like they both got tokens and great fairies on their mind.
I mean, the biggest thing with doing overworlds, kind of favoring that a little bit more, is the key situation. You're just opening more options available to you. You can go deeper into your dungeons, and what if you're locked by 1 or 2 keys and you have to come back an hour later, let's say? Like, it's just going to be a huge beating. So it's definitely something you have to be really careful on in key sanity. Kind of like Chad was saying too, like spirit key logic and using your spirit keys in the best way possible is really important.
Hey, that is a really big mushroom.
Finding some shrooms on the fountain. Check a near market. It's still unknown if they will have to do the bigger on trade quests. I expect they'll probably just jam it at some point when it's convenient.
The mushroom's
It's not
so
too
early,
bad.
though.
It's not too bad with mushroom. It's not going to reset or anything. Oh, look at that!
Hey.
Another strength. That puts ZL in logic. Or no, that's locked by ZL. Fuck. No, shit.
But
the hammer one. The hammer one. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
in Child Spirit.
My bad. But that's still not in logic itself either. So we'd still have to find a ranged weapon for that. So we're not totally in it yet.
They don't care. They're hitting up these fountains left and right.
Yeah.
Another fire key.
Yep. And I mean, odds that Mario goes spirits kind of increase, I think. He has 2 keys right now as adult. Would need 1 more to go all the way, unless he scummed the one on bottom too. I'm not entirely sure. Like the first key in spirit. I'm not sure if he scummed that as well. In which case he would be good on
the hammer
key.
was locked down.
Oh,
there's
look
our
at that.
hook shot, though. Hello.
On 30.
Yep.
Interesting. That's huge for Rob. Not sure when Mario's going to check that. I mean, when you hit 30, he could just go there relatively quickly, and he could go there as adult as well. So really, it could be actually fairly soon to when he gets that. One of long shots on like 50, you know? Just a very skull-centric seed.
Never know.
It's possible. I mean, they have to get it anyway at some point, so I think they would probably favor that than somewhere random in the world, right? Or some random dungeon.
I think so.
Possibly like a dungeon that you don't even full clear from bridge, but you have to go to anyway for another hook shot. Like, that's not what you want to see. So, not too bad on 30.
I kind of wanted to see Mr. Mario go all the way up, back up to the castle moat grotto. C'est la vie. Rob Dog definitely prioritizing these soil patches.
Yeah, I mean, you're most likely gonna have to get them.
Also looks like knocking out these Song of Storms checks. Frog's 1 remains.
Looks like he is gonna go Spirit. I think it's a fine play to make. It's pretty dense. And
Absolutely.
you know, you have access to a lot of stuff in here. And it does look like he did scum both of the keys, so he will have enough for Spirit. Very important. And Rob is still missing that 3rd key, so I don't think that's a consideration for him at this point.
Yeah, Rob Dog spending a whole lot of this time, or this seed as a child, compared to Mr. Mario.
He might do the hookless right here for the compass chests. Looks like he's setting up for it.
Yeah.
Pretty baller if you got it.
Super tight from what I understand.
Yeah. Something that's not on my checklist of things to learn. Not yet.
Was it Datso who figured this out?
I want to say yes, but I'm not entirely sure.
I remember
Meanwhile,
at one
Rob's
point
just
someone saying
going
like,
ham.
"Oh yeah, I've tried doing this hookshot list and it's impossible."
It's definitely a tough one. Didn't think he got that. Gonna go for it again.
Rob Dog is making his way to those frogs. Or, no, never mind. Yep, there we go.
He's going really hard on skulls now. He's up about 6 on Mario. Which, I mean, if you don't know where a lot of stuff is, and he just found a hook on 30, I don't think it's a bad play. You can also just go back and check 40-50 relatively quickly. And you know that location's not foolish. You already found an item, so probably a safe play for sure, I think, for Rob's side. Versus the kind of risky strat that Mario's trying to pull off here without hookshot, but does not yet know where that hook is in GC Shop. Meanwhile, Rob is getting that 3rd Spirit key, so he might not be too far off from going to Spirit. Has not been there as child yet.
Yeah, he's no idea what's in store for him. Looks like he's setting up that backwalk for Hyrule Castle.
Oh, I think he's got it this time. No. Might be debating on whether or not he should be continuing with. Yep, he's got it. All right, very nice from Mario. Took a couple attempts, but not sure if that's something that he's practiced specifically. Though very hard to pull off, so just getting it at all is impressive, I think.
Yeah, very nice.
Especially in a 1v1, almost end of the tournament kind of a situation. Like, not many people would even go for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Showing off his comfort level at you know, a trick so difficult like that.
Oh, he's here to play. That's he's made that very clear.
For sure.
That would have been really funny if it was Vanilla Compass too.
As we mentioned in the top of the stream, this is the losers bracket quarterfinals. The winners bracket is stacked with Marco versus What the Hell's Happened. The winner of the losers bracket goes on to face that monster.
And meanwhile, on the other side here, we've got this match, Mario versus r0bd0g, as well as the other side, I already lost to Kirox, so the winner of this match will face Kirox at some point. Fairly soon.
And once schedules get synchronized and race times get submitted.
It's been a pretty good season so far for random settings, and definitely looking forward to the next one. We'll start at the conclusion of the Season 2 bracket.
Oh, dang.
I mean, it was the same for Season 2, so I don't think that's a huge revelation, but...
Keeping things rolling like Motorhead.
Yeah, that's why we call them seasons. I mean, it works a little bit differently than like your standard qualifiers. It's not specific races that go to brackets. It's a whole season's worth of races that you get to schedule on your own time. So, I mean, if you've ever been thinking of joining random settings and you haven't, I mean, it's free to answer. We even got a random settings bot for all the bracket matches for Season 2. That's making it a lot easier to just make your own seeds. And yeah, check out the Discord if you're interested. Got a bunch of RSL channels there, as well as all of the other OoTR formats. It's a very cool jump from Mario. Kind of like a voodoo dance almost. To get up there with a very easy jump.
And looks like a r0bd0g. Where are you going? Back to ice for that strength 3. Huh. That's an interesting play to make.
And we don't have hints at this point. I think he's thinking of like, I'm probably have to get that anyway. And he has Sun, so like he could get that Skull and Fountain as well. I don't think it's that bad of a play. Like you get a guaranteed item that you might need for trials or OGC and seeing what that entrance is. And then you get a whole item check as well with the Skull. I'll be right back. I just gotta refill my water.
Yeah, no worries there. Yeah, no criticisms of these plays. They've got tons of options at their disposal, and they're big brain in it. Oh. As I say that, Mario takes a jump off the ledge. Alright, Bimos, you gotta start playing nicely. this point, 2 hours-ish in. And it looks like r0bd0g with a very slight advantage with that hook shot, as well as a couple of Skulltula tokens. Nothing to sneeze at, but Mr. Mario has a whole bunch of the Spirit Temple here cleared. And as a reminder, we need to complete 7 of these dungeons. Doesn't matter, stones or medallions, we just need 7 of those rewards. Mario 3 down, working on number 4. r0bd0g checking bomb chew bowling, nothing to it, but is gonna go out of the way to get this overworld skull here.
Alright, we're back in action.
Yep, you missed r0bd0g checking bomb chew bowling, getting nothing.
Oof.
But this play was actually a little better than I was thinking, just because of that check.
Okay, I mean that's not too bad. Gonna get that strength 3.
Yeah, still not 100% sure what's at the bottom of the lake.
Yeah, we'll get a... I don't think he'll look again, but... I mean, Mario hasn't been there and his stream's a little bit clearer, so... still possible we might learn that. Possibly he might not even go there at all, but I think with strength 3 there, you definitely will eventually get it. But vanilla BK in Spirit, that's pretty big info.
Yeah, that is our first.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that's really gonna inform him that he can just go do fire whenever. I mean, he has the key for it.
Yep. And hopefully, either before or after fire, he pops into that Skulltula house and picks up that hook shot, which would then lead him into the Forest Temple. And actually, Mario might be in go mode, because he can do Fire, Forest, and Shadow right now, after Spirit.
Still needs a hook.
Right, right.
But I mean, he's pretty likely to get it. It's just a matter of when, not if, I think. And he's playing
Plus
Bolero
those sliders.
immediately. Yep, he's... I mean, I think he probably goes fire first and then checks Goron City, but I could see either way. Yeah.
Fire first.
I mean, your hook could be in fire for all he knows. I think this is a fine play, and you're just gonna do it real quick. It's a very quick dungeon.
Yep. Also, certainly confirm the boss key layout, but looks like climb up first. It's an interesting play. I would assumed he was gonna go for the hammer checks.
Yeah, you are right about him and possibly being very close to Gomo. That's pretty wild. I mean, he still needs all these keys though, so like that's the biggest
Right,
thing.
keys.
Still, yeah.
Shadow keys would be the big one.
And if they are overworld only, Fortress is looking pretty good right now. So I think Rob's got a pretty good path here. I think he might be just gonna check OGC and then choose from there what to do. Could even go child still, but not really a lot that's pushing him that way. He does know about the magic, so I would expect him to get that while he's just kind of moseying around on opponent field.
Looks like he is not thinking about that magic. The power of GTG is overshadowing that Tektite Grotto. Oh, no, he's going to the lake. I guess we haven't seen what's on top of the roof, have we?
Yeah, I think this hammer might be a real big problem for Rob going forward. I mean, I just don't know when he's going to get it. Because he hasn't really gone Adult Spirit, so it's still possible that he could go there, but I think it's a lot less likely. And Mario has a pretty clear path, I think, towards the end. He just really needs to find that hookshot on 30, and he'll be pretty good, more or less. I mean, you still have the Strength 3, too, in Ice Cavern, but I mean, Ice Cavern's a pretty dense location, especially with Dungeon Skulls. It's just kind of a high priority at that point. So I think it's pretty likely that he could even get that before Rob gets Hammer.
I think you're right on that one. I think Mr. Mario is in the driver's seat. But, I mean, unless he's planning on scumming these keys, I guess because he hasn't really gotten anything.
Yeah, it's possible.
I'm kind of curious as to the plays here.
Vanilla map.
Because, of course.
Where else would it be on randomized maps compasses?
Here we go for Rob Dog, making the play into Forest Temple.
It's probably the biggest question right now is trials, and just how many are on. I mean, we're still a ways off. We still need all of these keys for some of the dungeons, mostly just Shadow, and I mean, it's possible you could just find Letter and Boomerang before then, but the Skull Token's also pretty big consideration. They're only about halfway from 78. Rob's a little bit more ahead, just prioritizing them a little higher, but I mean, with the overall tokens, with Hookshot that Mario will get, hopefully somewhat soon. I don't know. I think it's a toss-up at this point.
We can't also exclude the Water Temple, like Iron Boots or and the Long Shot.
Yeah.
We already have 2 water keys, so it's not out of the realm of possibility either. At this point, they could actually jump inside, right, and check Dark Link, the river, Dragon Room.
Yeah, if they had irons, I mean.
Do you need irons to do that?
Or long. I mean, they need some way to open the eye right now, and they can't do that. I mean, there is a way that you can do it with Hookshot,
oh,
but
the eye, that's right.
Yeah, to just get into the temple, but I'm sure they both know gold scale for Dragon, so I'm not worried about that. Just more of getting into the temple is the problem. It's kind of been their issue the whole siege, just dungeon access, I think. Up to this point. Now it's, you know, kind of shifting the focus a little bit from that to small key and cleaning up the goals here and there.
And meanwhile,
Even the
Mr. Mario,
fortress
he didn't save scum those fire keys. He didn't go to the boss key. So maybe he didn't put the vanilla boss key in spirit, put the 2 and 2 together.
I think he did, but he didn't get the locked key that he knows of, right, for fire. That's in Curry Forest, I want to say. Double check my notes. Yeah, 140 at Kakuri Forest.
So he's
Plus,
hoping he finds a wallet.
Yeah, I mean, like I've been saying, like it's kind of been wanting that for a long time. And there's the hook shot, Mario. Very
That's
nice.
a big sigh of relief.
Yeah. I mean, kind of. I would also be worried in Mario's spot, like if anybody that goes against him in this matchup just jams skulls out and gets the hook shot sooner, that could be a huge deal.
Yeah, that's why meta play is dangerous. You just gotta play to the best of your own ability.
Oh, for sure. I mean, still a consideration though. You do have to know your opponents in 1v1s to be really sure of that. And these two, they've been racing each other for a long time. Ever since we started random settings to begin with, pre-season 1, these guys were definitely in the races. I was in the races too. We're all having a good time here.
Yeah, I was watching the races.
Yeah, you were there too.
Mr. Mario, one of the tournament admins, along with you and Zoper, right?
Yep, as well as a few other people. Sly, I know, is in chat, and yeah, a few others.
Big old family here in RSL.
Oh, I have fun every time I play random settings. It's just so varied, and in terms of what you're gonna get. I mean, if you thought the difference between season 3 and 4 was huge, I mean, just seed to seed for here is just a entirely different experience. I mean, there are some settings that definitely overshadow others. So, like, this one's dominated by key sanity. That's pretty much all that matters, outside of a few things.
Indoor entrance, I think that would
ER.
be the backup.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if like overworld ER is on, then it's really okay. Well, maybe it's just more about entrances rather than actual keys, but.
There we go, Mario making the play for Forest. Will be about halfway behind r0bd0g through this temple. Maybe a little less than halfway.
Yeah, I think halfway for Forest is like getting to the BK chest. I would say. Kind of depends on what you're doing, but.
And I know r0bd0g has picked up a couple of skulls in here, but he does have a good handful of skulls over Mr. Mario. But still anybody's game, anybody's race to win it. Don't go anywhere. Unless you absolutely have to, then make sure you come back and watch the VOD.
Yeah, we'll be on Twitch and then eventually on YouTube as well, I think.
Yep.
Mario, getting that stick.
Loving that half damage plus double defense. There is our
you even
second
take
boss
damage?
He did.
It's your Superman settings. You just can't fly. And you can't shoot laser beams out of your eyes and fly around the world in the blink of an eye. So I mean, you might not be Superman settings, but it's more the idea behind it.
Sounds almost like the practice ROM.
Yeah. Doesn't it?
Alright, finally doing some ghost busting here.
In terms of like overworld areas too, just kind of thinking like where they could even find these shadow keys. We do know about that one that's wallet locked. Just kind of pouring over my notes here. I don't think we've seen any other ones in shops. So at this point, they do need 3 shadow keys.
Yeah, having them not be in dungeons really making me scratch my head. Of course,
I might be
haven't seen
misremembering that shadow key.
Haven't seen Skull Mask. Haven't seen the Mask of Truth.
Yeah. Right, it was that Lon for 100, right? Okay. Yeah, I think at this point I would assume they're like Fortress Valley, because you have Epona, you have Hookshot. You could just like get the skulls in Valley. Like, seems pretty good in terms of density too. Kind of just looking over here, and it's like kind of the main areas, I guess, more or less.
Yeah, not even really any entrances left to check.
Yeah, and about what, 40 minutes away. So these runners, and just in general for random settings, we definitely encourage as organizers for the racers to take scheduled breaks. I think we recommend 5 minutes every 2 hours is a good one to have, because these seeds can be very, very long, as evidenced by my last match against Kirox. Yeah, it went 6. No, that was against 10th Doctor. It went 6 hours, 45 minutes, and we agreed to no breaks. So that was a bit concerning, but yeah. Oh, I see. I didn't know we had a command. Today I learned. But for these... Oh, it's even in there too. Sick.
Yeah, it's super fancy, that one. Well, all the info there at the 3-hour mark. We'll be taking one of those scheduled breaks. It was actually on my mind when you were going to get your water, and then I forgot when you got back. so Rob Dog is going for the 3-key Forest Temple strat. You need hover boots. You need the Scarecrow song as well.
Oh, nice. Got it. Was that first try for Rob?
I believe so. My commentary stream stuttered a little bit, so I actually didn't get to see him pull it off.
Second. According to Chad here. There's a few different ways that you can do that. I know for myself, I do a backwalk strat instead of a forward roll, but there's even, like, I think 2 other methods that you could even do too. There's a Dotso method for sure, which is a little complex. A little complex, yeah. I wouldn't recommend starting off with that one, but it's pretty cool. Yeah, Rob's is pretty good too.
I just love that there's a subcategory of type of strat called Dotso strats.
I mean, Dotso makes a lot of great setups, and he has great videos for them too. He has all of his inputs, instructions on there. Like they're really top shape. I mean, the worst sometimes I think for me is like you look at like a game stream. There's no inputs, no instructions. It's just like look what I can do, right? So those are always the worst for me to like learn something from. But I mean, any video whatsoever showing off stuff it's better than not sometimes. So. Yeah, Rob making it look easy for sure. Big fan of the mini boss music for Mario. Just all-time classic track out of Mario 64, I think. Forget which track it is, but very extremely happy boss music. $39 for Mario, 43 for Rob's skull counts here. Kind of hoping that Bigoron has the shadow key. Is that mean? The good thing is they don't have to remember where the indoor entrance for Sleeping Talon is as an adult for the trade quest. They just have to turn in the mushroom to Granny, go to Lost Woods, hand it into the guy, but the other person is there instead. Then you go hand in the saw to the sword, and you go up to Bigoron from there. So it's not too bad.
Do you remember where Granny's shop is? I don't.
I don't know if they've even seen it this seed, which would be best case scenario for them, I think.
I think they have to have.
Did they?
According to VXR, it's in Lon Lon Ranch. Was it
I
in
believe
the
that.
silo?
It was pretty early in the seed, so makes sense why I can't think of it right now.
Yep. Hey, there's
Well,
some ice arrows. You can now do bongo.
I think it was in the left door, because the right door was a shop. Ice arrows, yeah. Man, do you ever have the issue where you say ice arrows or ice cavern and Siri just activates? Is that just me?
Yeah. No, I don't trust Siri or Alexa in my house.
That's fair. I swear it activates every time on ice.
I have an aunt though who Alexa will not listen to, so she kind of has to pull a Sigourney Weaver with her husband and say, Neil, can you ask Alexa this question from Galaxy Quest? I have one damn job on this ship. It's stupid, but I'm gonna do it. Rob Dog taking on the volleyballing Phantom Ganon. No big Goron sword yet, so doing it Master Sword style. Actually, that'd be a good t-shirt idea for ZSR. Doing it Master Sword style.
The things that you can do with Master Sword.
Insert it into the pedestal of time.
You can
Sometime.
slash walls. You can...
In some games, you can use it as a key and insert it into a lock. Thinking of like the time blocks in Skyward Sword.
I never played Skyward Sword.
Wow, missing out.
Too busy playing Rando for Ocarina.
Maybe for a sub incentive one of these days.
Kind of cool to see.
Alright, Rob Dog checking 40 skulls. What do we got? Arrows. Boo.
I think it's Choco Choco Mountain. What is this song?
Choco. I thought it was Choco, like chocolate.
Or is it the ranch?
Or that Yoshi one with the big egg.
No, it's not that one. Ah, chat bailing me out. Okay, okay.
Definitely Mario Kart.
Yeah, Rob redipping into Dodongos is interesting. He must have seen something on that skull. I couldn't quite make out what it was earlier, so we'll get a second look at it here.
And whatever it was, he wants it.
Has to be a key. Well, it can't be a key. It might be a slingshot or boomerang. I remember it being kind of brownish, but I don't know. And
Survey says the key's gonna interrupt. Hey,
magic.
it's-
Oh, interesting.
Okay. I mean, the
So
other
it's
one was available, right? Unless
It
we
might not have
missaw
been
that.
magic then that we saw in Tektite. I'm thinking. Because otherwise, I don't know why you just don't get that earlier.
Yeah, but chat confirmed it was magic.
And it's not necessarily quicker, though, is the thing, because you still have to walk the Dodongos, but maybe... Unless he has, like, something else that he's checking here, but... Like, if he knew he had to come back to Dodongos for another check that gets opened up. I guess with Dens, that's why he has it out. He's gonna check that.
There's gears churning in that brain of his.
It's two birds, one stone, basically, right? Like, you're getting the thing that unlocks another thing in the same dungeon. So I can get behind this. Like, even if the other one isn't magic. Still doesn't. There's still no Song of Time or any hint of it, really. It's a little weird. They only have one Master Quest dungeon, so it's not as important as it would be otherwise. No, Mario didn't check that skull. This is a Rob-only check so far. And just a bundle of arrows as well. It might be a check that Mario doesn't even check.
Yeah.
If the Tektite check was a magic in fact.
But with r0bd0g heading into the Spirit Temple, these guys are going to be syncing back up.
It's
Let's
probably
see where Mario goes from here.
Yeah, that's probably why he put off Spirit to begin with, is because he knew it was a magic there, but it was locked by hookshot, and he had a couple other things that he wanted to do in the overworld. It's kind of my guess on it.
Seems like it's all about efficiency in this second half of the seed.
Yeah, I think in general for Key Sanity, especially with it all being an overworld, I think confirmed at this point. Efficiency plays a really large part in that.
Yeah, keys plus the skulls. It's not one to be lollygagging.
Okay, I was wondering when Mario was going to get the OGC skull. Oh, maybe not.
Just setting time of day. I think he got that one early on, shortly after Rob.
Yeah, probably.
Remember him doing a slightly different setup. But maybe finally making the play to Ice Cavern.
Well, you can get
Or the
3
skull.
skulls in DMT. He does have 40 right now, so I think he's definitely checking that.
But,
Making it night, though, definitely kind of makes it seem like he's maybe going ice?
Yeah, putting that bottle on his down C is making me think ice.
Yeah,
Not much good those bugs are gonna do as an adult.
Yeah, because he doesn't have Sun Song, and that's kind of the awkward part with Mario's route. Kind of the biggest thing that's separating the two runners, other than the strength 3. But again, that's also words. Also at Ice Cavern, or on the way there, so not too bad regardless, but still no wallet. That's the strangest part, I think, of the seed so far. It's just, where is this thing? Like, Shadow? Seems pretty likely at this point. Still only 1 key, and you know that the rest of Shadow is wallet locked, so definitely makes it difficult.
Skullful piling up for r0bd0g.
Yeah, especially going adult first. I don't think he gets the hammer anytime soon. Because especially if you know it's
right on
overworld
child.
small ski, there's like almost no reason to go there unless you do it before Adult Spirit. I'm definitely a lot more careful when it comes to that. I almost always do the first 2 as child, regardless of settings. But I can totally see just skipping it because it's a whole age change. It's a little awkward to route. What if you find nothing anyway? Like,
If only there was a Minish Cap combo rando, so you could just shrink down and go through that crawl space as an adult. Hammer is on Child Spirit. I think the second check down there.
yeah, the only thing Mario didn't do in Spirit is go to Twin Rova. So you can do that pretty much whenever.
Also, to note, he did safe scum away Serenade of Water on the right hand. And it would be interesting to see if r0bd0g makes a play for that and then makes a different decision, given that it's a good deal later in the seed form. But Mario finally in the Ice Cavern, gonna pick up Strength 3. As well as might use that gold scale to help peek in what's on the bottom of the icy water.
Yeah, I think we'll definitely be able to confirm what that is. I still think it was a purple rupee or something like that. It's just really brief look.
Only other purple item is the lens, which we got in the valley. There's like a spider key, so you can grab that Bosky and Fire Temple on his next trip.
A bit of clearing out of checks the other player has done for both of these racers here.
Yes, sir. And kind of similar to the child shooting being in Dampe's hut, giving you an extra reason to kind of route and Dampe digging. Kind of nice that Bombchu Bowling is out here in the fountain on top of this skull. Gives you an extra reason to come back here and pick up this otherwise extremely out of the way Skulltula.
Yeah, it kind of feels bad, but again, there's only so many overworld tokens, and they need about 15 to 20 more than that. A little bit over 20, I think. That's got to be like a rupee or something.
Yeah, I couldn't quite see it myself.
It's a bit hard to tell on Virtual Console. All the visible items are, I think. Mostly Crater, but it can also be kind of a troll sometimes. Mario going for the swag flip there. You can actually backflip back onto the platform so you don't have to climb up with hovers. I actually just learned about that a couple days ago. It's pretty cool.
That does sound like a trick to see.
I think that's 50 now for Rob. Definitely
Yeah,
on his
I
way.
think you're right.
So I had kind of a 5 skull lead advantage since I think it's when Mario went into Spirit the first time and Rob was just clearing out Overworld at that point. Or it might have been the DC, when Mario went DC and Rob was still, I think, in Child segment, put it off for a while.
I think the one advantage Rob Dog has in Skull Count is doing all those soft soil patches.
Yeah, they can be pretty annoying to route in later in the seed. Thankfully, they do have most of the relevant warps to get to them relatively easy, except Lake. They could even just get Serenade, re-answer Spirit. I think that's probably not what they're going to do, but it is an option.
There is Rob Dog's confirmation of Vanilla Boskies.
Be able to see some glitchless jumps, I think, from Mario's side. I think he's definitely going for each of them here. See if he gets them all.
Momentum not working out on attempt number 1 or 2.
Yeah,
Third
as we go
time's a
through.
charm.
As we go through this race, definitely follow the runners here. They're both extremely good. And, yeah, they do a lot of RSL. I know Mario does Beta Quest. He's in that tournament as well as Season 4. So
Yeah.
definitely check him out.
Both these guys streaming at least on a weekly basis. I know Rob Dog also usually doing those Freaky Friday races. Oh man, you know, without them racing these races, we wouldn't have the race to watch being raced.
Very true. Alright, first look at Twinrova. Mario did skip this earlier because he didn't have the hook shot. So shoutouts to our trackers today, Exadu and Spoder Steve. Thank you.
Rob Dog showcasing those hook shot strats against Twinrova. Twinrova definitely the trolliest boss in the game.
Takes a bit of getting used to, and even then, it can still get you out of nowhere. It's mostly just the shooting phase. I mean, once it converts here into the one enemy, it's really not too bad as long as you don't fall off the platform. Always the biggest thing.
Going for the double dynamite attack. In the German translation, that is known as Sexy Thermohexy.
Is it really?
It is indeed. Next time you're doing trivia night with your buddies, once the world goes back to normal.
It's an interesting design choice by the translators.
And Mario finally picking up that Sun Song.
Man, what is on Twin Robe? It's killing me. The suspense. I've been wondering it for like an hour now. Just like, what the hell is here? Is it an item? Is it trash? Oh,
Trash.
what? Oh.
But Mr. Mario now at 48 Skulltula tokens, just 2 behind r0bd0g, managing to catch up a little bit.
Kind of getting skulls at the moment. Filling in some of the holes in his route.
Head straight for that Redead Grotto. But have we seen the chest inside the Royal Tomb? Don't think so. Oh, Mario doesn't have magic.
No, I don't believe so.
Yeah, I don't think we could have gotten it. They both checked that as an adult earlier on.
Interesting fire
But-
key on Sunsong Grave.
Yeah, that is. Huh. We need all those.
Sure, we've
before we
seen
can
that
get the boss
before,
key.
but yeah, I'm pretty sure we've seen that from Rob already. But
But r0bd0g headed towards that treasure chest minigame here in the desert. As soon as he can get the Skulltula, if the levers would just lever him alone.
definitely the worst part about Colossus.
Oh yeah, it will be
Possibly-
the best part of Enemyizer.
Worst enemy in the game, I think. Right? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, imagine Ice Cavern with these guys.
Just imagine if like they did the Dragon Ball Z fusion dance with the like,
Ew.
and you had like popping up out of the ground and eating you like a tremor. Ooh.
Who, so Rob is going Lynn's game, and Mario's going Fire. First check, or first time we've seen either of these checks.
Successfully, Mr. Mario did attempt the treasure chest minigame early on.
Well, sure, but I don't think anyone was really expecting anything out of that. But I think that Tektite Grotto item must not have been magic. Otherwise, I think they would have gotten it already. I don't know.
Yeah.
It seems weird that Mario hasn't gotten that already. It must not have been.
Prelude.
Ooh. Okay. Not the worst thing in the world.
Yep, still
Well,
have to
Nate-
do Jabu.
So number one thing for switching ages, a seed like this, it's gonna be pretty good, especially near the end of the seed, when you only have a handful of keys and a handful of checks per age. I mean, it's in Colossus though, so I don't know when Mario gets that. He still has Spirit to do, so probably before or after. And Rob is going Fortress. This is going to be the first Fortress play of the race. Still only 2 keys.
You never know when they're gonna be vanilla.
Oh man, that would be so nasty.
Or wait, can they be vanilla if it's they have to be in the overworld, right? Fortress certainly counts as a
Fortress-
dungeon.
No, I don't think
Ah.
so. I'm not 100% on that, but I'm pretty sure they can be there.
That would kind of confuse me. I don't know. Fortress is overworld, according to chat. GTG is the dungeon. Well, that one makes sense.
For rando purposes, yeah. And that's all that matters, I think, for this, but...
I guess the right fortress isn't in the dungeon shuffle. Okay, all right.
No, it's still, you can still save there and it saves your location, but yeah, that'd be pretty wild if like DC entrance led to fortress. Oh my god. Oh, another shadow temple key. Okay, on Haunted Wasteland of all places. This is the second one that they've got. We know about the third that's wallet locked. So just 2 more of those for Rob. I mean, it's possible you don't even need to go to Shadow, but too early to tell probably at this point.
Shout out to that high five on the climb. Just about through the wasteland as Mario hitting up higher.
Yeah, Scarecrow checking in these settings just super good. 3 checks just right off the bat. And because they have 7 keys, they can do all of fire. Ooh, Song of Time, wow.
Ooh, deep in there.
Okay. I mean, that's certainly going to unlock more things than Prelude. We'll see if it's relevant. But yeah, it does open up Toilet in GTG once that's opened up. First guard there, I don't think that was anything. Did you catch that?
That was a bloopy.
Loopy, okay. Yeah, this fortress has been in Logic for a long time. I mean, they started with the Epona, and you can just go from there, right?
Did they start with the Epona side?
No, they didn't.
So.
But it was, let me see where it was. It was at Graveyard. It was on, I think Dampe Race.
Yep, that's right.
So they pretty much started with it, you know,
Yeah,
not actually, but early CAC start is their spawn. Or no, that wasn't their spawn. It was Temple Time. But anyway.
Vanilla spawns. It's been almost 3 hours. Speaking of which, we will be taking a break here in about 3.5 minutes. So if you're getting antsy, stay tuned for just a little bit longer. You'll have a pause to get up, stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, get a drink. I'm sure these racers are anxious to do the same. Still a lot of seed left. We've got 28 more Skulltulas to collect before we get Ganon's Boss Temple Key. And another 3 dungeons for Mr. Mario, 2 dungeons for Rob Dog to spawn that Rainbow Bridge. Alright, we got a water key from one of our guard fights. Not the
That's
key we were looking for.
Huh. Yeah, Rob releasing the Carpenter, that's the furthest in. Makes a lot of sense. The other 2 that he's not going to unlock are definitely the easiest ones to get to.
Yep, saving those ground level ones for last. So is it Rob Dog making a play for the water temple? Hey, there's our big boy sword.
We finally get to see Valley as well. Been wondering about this. Yeah, Rob's pretty unlikely to go into water unless he has to. Definitely does not like it. Ooh, 2 keys here in Valley, along with the slingshot. There we go.
Oh, wow.
Finally, a ranged item.
Quite horrendous time for a break, if you ask me, on Mario's side. Right as you start the boss fight. On the other side, r0bd0g just entering a temple. Not a bad place to take a break.
Yep. So for those who don't know, the Random Settings League matches, they tend to go sometimes very long, so they have scheduled breaks, and for this match the racers decided to have breaks every 3 hours, so we'll be pausing here very shortly. Hopefully we remember.
I do believe Emo is in the race time, giving them the reminder. I'm guessing Mr. Mario just wanted that final hit on Volvagia.
Might have forgot. Not exactly sure what's going on right now, because they did agree to a break every 3 hours.
Yeah, I think that is why r0bd0g is kind of running around the chest.
Ah, there we go. Okay. Now, yep. They're breaking now.
Because
So yeah,
Mr.
sorry.
Mario got that kill just as he was killing the dragon. So couldn't really pause right there.
Yep. So we'll be during the break. We'll be running some very quick ads. Of course, if you'd like to hide the ads, you can always subscribe to ZeldaSpeedRuns. Help support the channel and help support these awesome broadcasts. Also helps us get to our beautiful sub goals. Oh, it's without the ads, of course. But yeah, we'll be heading off to a very quick break, and we'll see you all soon.
Yeah, but all the super special subscribers are still here, or maybe getting a drink of water. Tons of good action here on ZSR. I think I will grab a drink myself. Be right back.
Same.
Looks like 5 minutes, about a minute too long for these guys.
Right, with that being said, the ads should be running out now, so welcome back, everyone. Looks like this
Welcome, welcome.
Looks like this match will be resuming soon. Not exactly sure if we're going to be resuming exactly at the 5-minute mark, but we'll see. Looks like Emo has given them the message in the race time room.
Wow, look at that. Oh, never mind. You didn't see. I didn't say anything. don't mind me. Don't mind me.
Huh?
Don't
Nothing.
pay any attention to the man behind the curtain. But I just noticed on Rob Dog's pause screen 8 GTG keys.
Well, I guess in this case it would be the gel behind the curtain, right? I'm not exactly sure with terminology in this specific instance. Oh, it looks like we're back.
I mean, look at that long shot.
That's great.
That is something.
Hopefully we finish by before the next break at 6 hours, but no promises yet.
Still got my fingers crossed for a sub-6.
Yeah, I think it's possible. I mean, they really only need keys. There's only so many things they can even check at this point. Like, I think it's pretty likely.
I think, you know, if Rob Dog were to get his hammer, and then kill Volvagia and get his long shot, he'd be going for that water temple strat.
Yeah. I mean, seems pretty okay. He has 3 water keys. It's all you really only need 2 in Rando. And you have all those skulls in there. It's not a bad location by any stretch. And for him, he only has 1 shadow key. Still needs a second one to really kind of get a lot of checks in there. With 2 keys in shadow, I mean, it opens up quite a few things. So, like Crusher Room and the 2 checks that are invisible and the big fan blade spin room and the skulls there as well. That's 2 more. So, like, 2 keys is a lot for Shadow, so I'm not surprised seeing Rob go here.
More tokens for Rob Dog. Not 12, 22. That's what I get for doing math.
Yeah, that long shot though, locked by the hammer from Child Spirit, just a 1-2 punch. Like I don't know if Rob can come back from this. The only thing is that magic, yeah, but really big question on if Tektite Grotto even was magic.
I think we're gonna be seeing that here in a moment.
I'm gonna check the skull first. I don't think either of them have done this one. It's pretty out of the way.
I think I saw Rob Dog enter and then my stream stuttered and I didn't really see what it was. I guess it has to be a skull, right? Yeah.
Oh, right. getting mixed up on the settings a little bit, but we're
That's
good.
what 5 minutes can do in RSL.
Sure can. And even just 1 minute. Rob's really hoping to find either probably
Shadow
just boomerang,
keys.
hammer, long shot. Well, you're not gonna find them in shadow, from what we know of the
Oh, that's
seed.
right. Doi.
I mean, it's still possible, but the fact that like Dodongos didn't have any keys pretty much, I think, confirms it just based on density.
Yeah, DC and Deku Tree. No keys.
Yeah, that's true. Deku's a pretty big one.
Here we go, Tektite Grotto. This is the second time Mario's gone inside here.
I mean, he's going for it. It's gotta. I have to think it's magic, but
There's a green song for r0bd0g. Sorry, a song.
okay, it definitely is.
Yep. I think you were right, r0bd0g, just routing in that magic that he saw with the bow to do the magic lock checks in Dodongo's cavern.
Yeah, it's got to be it, because I can't think of any other reason that he didn't get that before. I'm not quite sure why Mario didn't get it before. I mean, he was at Boulder of Destiny a while ago, and then he went to Spirit without magic, so I don't know. That seems a little risky to me, but
We'll have to ask him about that in the post race.
yeah, definitely a good question to ask, I think. Ooh, iron boots. Wow.
Irons.
I mean, you definitely don't need them because you know the BK is going to be vanilla, or at least we're pretty certain it is, so you can definitely get that without iron boots, but
there's the question as to what's really on the bottom of the icy waters. Maybe you need it for light arrows in the toilet. Or I guess light arrows could be in the central pillar even, right? Rob about halfway through as Mr. Mario looks like he's gonna do those fortress checks.
Yeah, the big question of trials is just looming over them. Yeah, double wallet locked shadow key. That's super nasty. We ain't even seen one wallet still.
Yeah.
Very surprising. Well, we'll get to see this check though. Rob could not get this because of the hammer.
Of course.
Okay. I think that's all the shadow keys now, because Rob definitely didn't get that one, but does have two. I forget exactly where he got his second. And then we have the two locked-in shops. One only one wallet locked, one double wallet locked.
That's it for the Shadow Temple.
Mario going to be checking Fortress, just like Rob did, just from the other direction. So not going to be able to cross Wasteland. Really no reason to. Probably... Oh, right. It was Wasteland that had the second Shadow Key for Rob. That's what I forgot.
Rob now saying there's something strange in the neighborhood. He's doing some ghost busting. Let's see what this Poe guy gives him.
Wait, do we know how many poses required? I'm not sure I quite got that when we were checking that early on. It must have been pretty low. Was it one Poe?
Yeah,
wow.
I hope so. I mean, like, why in the world would you put it to anything else?
That's pretty rare in random settings. I don't know. Kind of recency bias too. I've had, I think, what, like a half dozen seasons in a row that have all been 3 or 4 plus. So they always have hints if that's the case. I don't remember if it's 3. I think it's 3, but regardless, I'm just being slaughtered by all these high Poe count seeds. I mean, I haven't had to do them, but Fortress. Ooh, that's the 3rd Fortress key. Very interesting.
Oh, yeah. Not gonna do anything without its buddy, but one more piece of the puzzle.
Yep. Still gotta get that 4th one if they want to get to GTG at all on the seed. And going back Child for r0bd0g. We might be finally seeing the Child Spirit play.
I can't think of any other child place he has left other than picking up Saria's song in Shadow Temple 2.
Or just random skulls. Like, I could totally see that.
Yeah.
Putting Din's on. Yeah, he's gotta be going. Oh, huh. Oh, Composer
Royal
Grade
Tune,
we haven't seen
yeah.
either. Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah, question in the chat. ISG is not allowed. Infinite sword glitch. No.
Yeah, we still play on standard rule set for random settings. So anything you would see in season 4, or just any other like kind of weekly seed, they also use standard. So same kind of glitches that are allowed. But mostly ground jump and flame storage, but yeah, no ISG here. For better or worse.
I think the kind of non-standardized trick I'd like to see implemented into the rule set is like hammering and then equipping hover boots.
Yeah, it'd be kind of cool. It's not terrible to learn, and it's fairly simple. If you really want to open a can of worms, you just make a Hessing and all that stuff legal, but that's probably a bit too much, I think.
Too great of a skill gap between those who can pull it off and who can't.
Yeah, it's a lot.
r0bd0g is cleaning up these child checks here. Hopefully takes him into Child Spirit.
Doing some treasure chest game from Mario's side. Oh, the last fortress key. Let's go.
Oh.
On Skull Kid, of all places. Interesting.
Two back to back. Hopefully that doesn't divert Rob back to the Temple of Time.
I think it might. I mean, it has Child Goron City, I guess, and outside of that, I mean, you have Child Spirit, which is a lot quicker, but I don't know. It kind of depends on where Rob is kind of prioritizing his checks at this point. He's been pretty overworld centric, so I think he would probably go Child Spirit, but I could see either play, really. Darunia here with the Saris he just got.
Yeah, well, I just got a bomb bag from that 50 Skulltula reward. Still no wallet. Do. No, wrong song.
Imagine all of the wallets in GTG that lock all of the keys, and lights are behind one of those keys. Maybe Deep Shadow?
Definitely feels bad for any Rob Dog fans in the chat going back to the Temple of Time, missing out on that hammer in Child Spirit. Meanwhile, Mario looks like wants the Skulltula and the Spirit Key inside the Haunted Wasteland before taking out Twin Rova.
I thought he would do Twin Rova first, but I guess it doesn't matter a ton. Nothing really speeds up Twin Rova at this point, so you could just do this after, but again, it probably doesn't matter a whole lot.
Rob Dog now checking outside Ganon's castle with those gold gauntlets.
Oh, interesting. He's going Shadow first. Huh.
I guess really doesn't like Twin Rova.
I mean, we'll be able to go a little bit further. Still can't open up the shortcut, though. Still a wallet locked out of either key. I could open up that. And we don't have Furores either at this point. Yeah, looks like Rob is going to go to GTG. It makes a lot of sense from his perspective. He's missing the hammer that leads to Longshot, and I don't know, you could even find Boomerang and do Jabu. It's definitely a possibility. You don't have to do the same dungeons. Either runner doesn't have to do the same as the other.
Yeah, I think what we're going to see from Mr. Mario, he's going to get those iron boots and book it to the Water Temple.
Yeah, especially because these runners probably realize by now that it's beatable only because of the one. I think really the only one thing was the child. It wasn't child shooting, but it was one of the entrances on adult shooting. I forget which one. I think the Silo Cow. You can't get as child, and none of these warp songs are randomized. So, and that was relatively early in the seed.
Yeah, the silo was in the adult archery, which you can't get into as a child. I didn't realize something as small as that would make it imply that it's beatable only.
Yep, I mean, can't get there as child, so it's not. All locations reachable is really all locations, so if even one thing is not accessible, it's only beatable. But there's a lot of things that can kind of point to that, so it could be like a Goron's Tunic in a shop on right side that's only available as child, for instance, or a lot of it's ER dependent for the most part, but I mean, keys, like some of these dungeons might not be completable at all.
Yeah.
But I don't think we'll really have that problem. Fountain's open, we can do fire, water. as far as we know, Shadow is completable, but yeah, we might not even have wallets to go get, is the problem with this seed.
Yeah, those pesky wallets.
That's the weird part. I don't think we've seen Deem TL, right? Like that could go to the silo at adult shooting, and in which case it's all locations reachable. So
That would be funny. One
Yeah.
vanilla owl, the second one gets you to the one, interior entrance that seems to be beatable only. But hey, rando can rando. I wouldn't put it past Zooter. But looks like Rob Dog taking those fortress keys to the fortress. Got 8. Possibly has found that final GTG key. But unfortunately for Rob Dog, missing out on Child's Spirit. He's losing that lead that he garnered.
Oh, what, for Rob or Mario?
For Rob Dog. He had a
I
little
mean,
bit of a lead in Skulltulas and for a little bit here.
I think once he committed to not doing Child Spirit, that's where I don't think there was really a lead per se, but they've been pretty much head to head this whole time, I think. But yeah, the biggest thing is this hammer that he just hasn't gotten, unfortunately. Going yet deeper into Shadow here. While first look at HBA here for Rob. Will have to do it 2 times because Dampe was also 2 times, same setting. Nice 1700 for the first one. And that Sarias that Rob also got from Shadow.
Yeah, in the next room he'll be picking up those iron boots. And let's see if he decides to stick around the Shadow Temple. Rob making good use of his Sun Song. But the big question of the seed remains, where are the light arrows? Appears to be in the death throes of the seed, but those light arrows control them.
Yeah, hard to say at this point, but I don't know. If I had to guess where light arrows are in this seed, I still think they're in Deep Shadow. But, I mean, it might not even be accessible, so I think really where they've got to be.
Densest places here in GTG on Rob's side.
Is Jabu.
Oh, ew.
I think they're going to be there. You don't need letter, you only need rank, so think it's not too bad of a location overall. And I think it'd be the most interesting for sure. We still haven't even seen any hint of Boomerang yet.
Oh, Lord Banana evades us.
62 for Mario. Yeah, getting that slight lead on Skulls now. Won't be finding... Well, we might find some in GTG. It is dungeon rando for Skulls. They might just be in the chests here. Could be a lot of them in here. And with 8 keys, Rob will be able to full clear this. Already has Song of Time. Oh, actually, no, he doesn't have Song of Time, right.
Yeah, he does not. But
That could come back to haunt him. Yeah. Unlikely that the middle and the right side have items you actually need in the seed, but it is possible. I mean, they have strength 3, so like, I would guess that just opening up bridge would be a super high priority. You get to know if trials are on. And if you go light trial, I mean, what if they are all skull tokens in there?
Yeah.
Could also be no trials at all. We just don't know at this point. So I think for Mario, I don't know. I think I would have chanced it in water, but hard to say for sure.
He's at the end of his shadow trek here.
Nothing so far locked by 3 keys in shadow.
Oh, there's a nice find for Rob Dog, picking up Pharaoh's Wind here in the pancake room.
It's kind of what I expected. At least one of them's in here. Running out of stuff to check makes a lot of sense to me. Now that does lock one more shadow key, so we could see a redip into shadow for Rob before even getting hammer.
Oh, I missed that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was in Lon, I believe, for 100 or 110, I think. Ooh, look at that, everyone. We got a bets, active bet going on right now in chat. Make sure to get your bet with exclamation point, bet, space, and where you think the light arrows could be. The more specific you are... Oh, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
The more specific you are, the better off you are. But, you know, if somebody's too specific and it's somewhere else, you could win with a very generic bet, like Hyrule, or Shadow Temple, or you could say Bongo. So, make sure to get your bets in.
We have full cleared the bottom of the well and the ice cavern. The Deku Tree. Full cleared out Forest Temple, and have we cleared out Dodongo's Cavern? We've done a whole lot of the overworld. There aren't a whole lot of places it can be, honestly.
Lost forever. Can't wait to see this maze. I mean, I'm a little surprised that Rob didn't check maze first in G2G.
Yeah, that would be pretty quick.
Another bow. Oh, and Mario's checking the skull that was magic.
Yep. Double magic for Mario as r0bd0g checks out the right side of the maze.
No interest in second magic. Not surprised.
And nothing for r0bd0g on the right side other than a skull token.
Some blue fire in the GTG maze. Nothing really to write home about yet. Nice, fabulous shiny bloopy. I mean, I think Mario's really looking for skulls in all these dungeons, just so he can minimize the overworld skulls that he actually has to clean up before. Because he probably wants to go get Ganon's boss key, then go bridge, but I don't know. That does seem really risky to me at the same time. At this point, I think he's run out of like good, fast-ish locations, so he might just bite the bullet and spawn the bridge, hopefully just no trials, light arrow hint, and then you're good to go. So, I mean, could have committed to Twinrova about 30 minutes ago for Mario, and could have even dipped water without even going into Shadow, possibly, but still need about 13 skulls apiece for the runners here, or, yeah, 13, I can math.
It's gonna be an exciting finish here.
Yeah, which skulls?
How Mario does it.
It'd be really cool to see like which skulls that they have to get in the overworld versus like, you know, which ones the other player actually got, and if there's any overlap between the two. That's the really cool thing.
I don't think they've taken quite as detailed notes as that.
No, I didn't either, but gotta commentate. I mean,
I would be worried if you had.
thought about it.
I don't think that's humanly possible.
Humans are powerful creatures. I don't know.
Apparently.
Yeah, getting the Serenade makes a lot of sense to me. This is kind of what I thought of, like, when he skipped it earlier. Just like, you know, you can just get that with if you find Long Shot in the seed. It'll speed up a lot of stuff. I mean, otherwise you have to go all the way from Temple of Time to Lake, and you have Epona, but you never want to do that, right?
No, never.
Ooh, I think he's checking Shoot the Sun here. I mean, I'm thinking for Mario, like, if he finds Boomerang anywhere, like, he's in really good shape. Oh, there's the second wallet. Look at that. Okay. Well.
That's where they were.
Bongo's accessible. They just have to... I mean, Rob's kind of going to Lake, it looks like. I mean, he could be getting this. In which case, he's definitely in on Bongo as one of his dungeons. And that would be his 6th, in which case he really only needs Rang, or hammer. Or long shot, I suppose, but that's also hammer locked. Maybe forgetting that shadow key is 275, double wallet locked. The other one was at Lon, I believe, for a little over 100.
But Rob can't actually pick up that wallet.
Not as adult, yeah. Oh yeah, without long shot. I mean, I think he'll see it though. He has sons, and the sooner that he knows about it, I think. I mean, you double check the price at the tent there for the shadow key. I think he's definitely thinking of it.
Absolutely. I'm making a beeline for the water temple entrance.
Yeah, the biggest thing though is because long shot is on Twinrova, like.
On Volvagia.
Or yeah, Volvagia. My bad. That's what I meant to say. All these bosses getting mixed up. That's
Other
the
trolley
one
boss.
thing that's holding him back, and I think it's balanced right for the item distro. So I think there's a third wallet? Question mark? Maybe not. I forget exactly, but if there is, I mean, he could find that one, but
sounds right. But definitely two different strats. Mario prioritizing that boss key chest. Rob Dog in here looking for goodies.
goodies dog.
Standard settings, the water temple, not the place most runners go to search for items, but random settings with key sanity, it's not a bad place. Tension is mounting, and Mario's music is not helping the situation.
I think it's pretty cool. It cuts the tension a little bit. Or maybe not. Maybe not.
I think it's
Adding
just
tension,
building up the... Yeah, building it up.
Nice hover boot strat there for Mario, getting to the DK. And he
like
does have 4 keys, so he doesn't have to scum these at all.
This music line is something that just never resolves, and it keeps going and going. Mario finding that water temple compass, not gonna help him.
Like I mentioned before, Rob really hates water, so I think this is like near the end of his route in terms of like what he wants to check. So I don't know, I think he might have even forgot about Child Spirit at this point.
Very possible.
Or it could just be like number of checks that he's prioritizing also. That also makes sense, I think. are a lot of checks in here on these settings. Even though map and compass are enabled, it's still more than 4 items than what you're normally accustomed to for water temples. So I mean,
Yep, and at this point, it's kind of would be going back to a region he's already been to.
yeah, he's checked
Fewer
all
checks.
of the stronger dungeons too. I think is the biggest part. They're about to be in the same room here. Is this where the racers converge? Almost 4 hours in. Ooh, nice high five. Yeah.
High five in one of the fewest, and the least seen rooms here on ZSR.
Probably true. Can't really think of that many other rooms that you really don't see. Like back of Deku, what's some other?
There's a couple of rooms
greatest-
like here that we like completely skip. Like those rooms in Dodongo's Cavern as an adult.
True. Yeah, the Maze's Child in DC, you almost never go there. Huh, so like, Mario's still just refusing to do bosses at this point is a little confusing to me.
Yeah. I guess
Unless-
he really wants that Ganon's boss key. Right? Like,
Yeah, I'm not quite sure myself. I mean, that makes sense, I guess, but
this 3 hours and 45 minutes is enough to scramble Mario's brain.
like the biggest thing, yeah, it's just you don't have to go to Ganon's twice, I guess, but you already have Prelude, so it's not even that big of a deal if you have to. And then at that point, you can know, okay, light arrows are actually, I can't get the hint, I have to have them for trials, but they might be thinking, you know, strength 3, I already have that, I already have most of my trial items anyway. I don't know, it could just be in Ganon's too, right? For light arrows?
It could be, but look where r0bd0g is.
Ooh, finally going. Child Spirit. I mean, hey, it's sub 4, so I mean, it's not the worst spot he could be in, but it's certainly not great.
Yeah, I just wish he had a face cam. But this play from Mario to be prioritizing Skullfulas might give r0bd0g the opportunity to catch up. Looks a little unlikely, but you never know.
Yeah.
They are all tied up in medallion count.
Oh, and Mario's gonna get the Soil Skulls now at the end of his skull routing. Makes sense to me.
Okay. I guess that was it. He maybe hit like, 68 skulls and said, okay, I've got 10 more. It's time to go, do the bugs in the soil.
I mean, you can get Bolero, Graveyard. I believe he hasn't gotten. He might have, but Spirit he might have gotten before. I don't remember. But if he didn't get those 3, that's 3 on the board plus this Fountain Skull, which would be 74 plus 4.
Yeah, I think he did the one outside the Spirit Temple, but I don't think he did any of the ones in the Lost Woods or like the Kokiri Forest. So I'm thinking that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna save warp to the forest after this.
Oh right, yeah, that would make up for the difference. So.
But there is the hammer for r0bd0g, and straight back to the Temple of Time. He knows where to take that.
Yeah, he's gonna do every hammer check that's accessible right now. I mean, they're all pretty much in the same place.
I think he's just gonna go straight to the Vogia boss key, kill the dragon, get the long shot.
Yeah, this might be actually be way closer than we're giving it credit for, too. I mean, it might not even have put him that far behind because he just kept getting skulls. And you know you need that 78.
Yeah, according to the tracker, though, he's 5 behind.
Yeah. It's kind of the same idea behind, like, rushing progression, right? That's basically the same thing, just getting skulls as you're kind of thinking of routing and thinking about what your next moves could be. I think it's definitely a good call for him, missing that hammer before.
These guys are keeping it exciting here.
Yeah, Mario must just be worried a lot about skulls. I don't know, like, not doing Morph just seems kind of weird to me. Like, you're gonna have to play Serenade, then go back into water, then make your way over to her. Rob doing adult fishing.
I guess he's using the hammer as a weight for his line. But good news for Mario's routing, we get to hear more Street Fighter music. Oh, we hadn't, I don't think, seen that adult fishing. So Mario's last shadow key.
Well, number 4. The last one is still double wallet locked.
Oh, that's right.
But he still needs the last fort key, which is on, I think, Daruni.
That target in the woods was my bet for the light arrows, and found something gold, but...
Yeah, I think Rob checked it earlier on his way to Goron City, but yeah, definitely rip your bet.
I wasn't paying attention to Medigoron.
Oh, I don't even think they checked Medigoron or Carpet Guy, did they? Oh god.
RobDog just did. Guessing because he has a full wallet still that Medigoron is not shuffled though.
Yeah, otherwise he definitely would have checked that, I'd assume.
Yeah, he was just in there. I saw Medigoron's face and I was like, oh, the text box.
I mean, at this point, I think Rob definitely feels behind. Finding that hammer so late, it's a child spirit, like...
Yep.
I think he's just going to be very focused on bridge progression, and then, I mean, he might even get there first. Really depends on how fast he can get these skulls. It's the biggest thing right now.
Also, point for RobDog, he has Pharaoh's Wind from GTG. So as soon as that castle gets opened, he's got a quick way back there. But to note, we don't know anything about trials. Could be none, could be all of them. Good news, we have all the items to clear them.
Yep, assuming Rob does Vivagia, we'll have that long shot, which is the only thing that he's missing for trials right now. It could even be that Mario wants to get the Ganon's boss key, then go to your bosses, then go to Ganon's, and then you're done. Because you'll be changing ages, get the BK, then just go to town. But I don't know. I still think clearing Twin Robe before, clearing Morphiva before, I think that still would have made more sense.
Well, especially because, like, if trials are on, we have to hunt for the light arrows without a hint.
Anyway, yeah. Well... I mean, I think he could just be assuming trials are just on right now anyway, in which case you're really hoping to find Boomerang, maybe. And at that point, I don't know, like, it just, I don't quite get it.
Yeah,
Definitely
that's
something
a
to
hell
ask
of a
him
seed.
in the interview. Like, I'm very curious.
I can tell by the frequency of Rob Dog's rolls, he's rushing things.
3, 4, 5. Yeah, this will be his 6th dungeon, and then he'll just do Morpha and then go Ganon's, right? Well, yeah.
Yeah.
He's just a little bit behind on skulls. It's the big thing for Rob.
I wonder where all those skulls were. They've done a whole lot of the same checks. Biggest thing I can think of is deeper fire.
I think both fairy fountains and market might have both been skulls. I don't know if Rob got those. Hard to say at this point. Because, I mean, Rob even did G2G and still he's not ahead. I think he only found 1 or 2 skulls in there.
Mario? What?
It's getting worst skull.
Oh yeah, up here. I nearly blocked that out of my mind.
His last one might even be OGC. I don't remember him picking that up.
I'm fairly confident.
But I mean, that wouldn't even save time if that's what he's trying to do, is get the BK as he goes adult. I don't even know what his last goal is.
This is
I'm sure he has one in mind.
Though.
He has one in mind, I know. Oh, maybe.
Yeah,
Huh.
not
Interesting.
taking the owl.
Yeah, that.
Rob Dog going back in fire.
Going back into fire.
Oh, Pharaoh's Wind.
Oh. Yeah, I mean. Yeah. Quickest way to get to Morpha.
Does
For
he
Rob,
have
at
his
least.
boss key?
No. Oh, yeah, he must have, because he only has 1 key left. I think
Like
he's gonna keep checking because he's still low on skulls. At least for the few things that are left in water that he can have access to right now.
Now Mario going for Twin Rova.
Yeah, Mario had a plan here. I'm just a little confused as to what the reasoning was behind it.
Yeah.
Kind of holding out hope for Bigron. Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Because if Trials are on, it just becomes, man, what a seed it would be. And it's not in Ganon's or something like that, you know?
Yeah, it would be a seed fitting for the loser's bracket.
Lines up with the kinds of seeds that I am accustomed to rolling, but...
Alright, Troll Rova take 2.
Shooting Twin Roby here. Hey, shoutouts to the Silver Gauntlets channel, rating us with a party of 14. Welcome everyone to this quarterfinals match and losers bracket for Random Settings League. We're near the end of the seed. It's 78 tokens for Ganon's boss key and 7 dungeons, stones or medallions for Bridge. Find all the different settings that are on with the settings command in chat, ! settings. But the biggest thing right now, Rob's a little bit behind on skulls, I believe. And Mario's just about to enter Ganon's with BK. Once he gets one more token, and once he also beats Morpha that Rob's doing right now, this will be Rob's 7th.
Mario already has the boss key for the water temple, just has to make his way over there. And to note, Mario has the big Goron sword, which he, I think, got out of the fire temple. So, this seed has taken them in very different directions.
Yeah, the biggest thing in this race was Rod missing Hammer on Child Spirit check number 2. For about a couple hours that Mario got way sooner, and yeah, somehow ahead on bosses. I mean, Mario's really been prioritizing getting the skulls rather than completing Twin Roba on the first time that he was here. He didn't have hookshot, but I mean, he's been here around Colossus before and even skipped out on Morpho when he was in water the first time, so definitely has a plan.
R0bd0g can see his wallet. Wouldn't be a bad idea to pick that up in case the light arrows are in the Shadow Temple. But he says nay. Or maybe he just wants the skull first.
I can't imagine he doesn't pick this up. He knows about the Shadow Key that's double wallet locked, and
maybe even a skull token or 2 that were in a shop somewhere.
like, you might have to do Bongo. But I mean, he has 7 done already, so could still be lights on Bongo.
Yeah,
It's so disgusting.
Can be anywhere.
Yeah.
But just after the 4-hour mark, we're gonna get our first look inside Ganon's castle. Trials or no trials?
I think it's trials on. I would be very shocked if it's 0 trials. It's kind of unlikely, based on how the seeds kind of choose the number of trials. It's possible. Definitely possible. Though even if you do get the hint, you might not like the news.
Yeah. R0bd0g's still looking for 11 Skullfula tokens. MrMario with just 1.
Yep, trials are on. Looks like Spirit, Water, and maybe Fire? Or Shadow, possibly? We'll see here in a little bit. Rushing Light Trial, makes sense.
So that means no hint for our light arrows. We're going to be left in the dark until it's discovered.
So a bottle, some arrows.
Bombs.
The final bomb bag, yeah.
There is
Ooh,
Mario's
nice.
last token.
That's what he's looking
And
for. Ooh,
Lord
boomerang.
Banana.
All right. We're alive for Baronade.
Yeah, and that is a banana a banana wrapped in bacon.
They're not going to be happy finding that either. That's just a whole dungeon. It's dungeon skulls on, like, oh man. That's tough to find in their position. And the last
And the
wallet.
last wallet,
Wow. Okay.
So
GTG,
like
Mario,
Shooting the Sun and Light Trial were our
like
wallets.
if Shadow's actually required in some way for anything past the double Gibdo before the boat, Mario doesn't even have to go to GTG. He knows about the Shoot the Sun wallet, and he can just get that wallet there in Light Trial. So like he's gonna save a whole GTG on Rob. Like pretty much confirmed at this point. And he's still ahead on Skulls too, that we know of. Gonna do some bow extension
certainly.
action here. Easy.
Is it down for Mr. Mario? He has 78 Skulltula tokens. Just needs those light arrows.
You need 78 of the skulls in this seed to get Ganon's boss key on the Lax cutscene. Oh,
RSL
light arrow
is
cutscene. cutscene. Like your good old ATM machine. Kappa. Rob making his way through trials.
I can't think of anywhere else it can be.
68 tokens, only 10 away for Rob. All plus light arrows, but you know. There's Ganon's boss key for Mario, so it's just a question of where are those lights?
Is it in Ganon's castle? In the Shadow Trial? Is it in the Shadow Temple? Is it in Jabu Jabu? Is it on Big Goron? Stay tuned here on ZSR to find out.
Are they right behind you? Alright, almost our full way through trials as Mario enters Ganon's. If they're anywhere very easy to get, Mario definitely has this in the bag, but pretty much anywhere else in the sea that's not like either like here, second chest and Shadow Trial, or I don't know, anything overworld. It's locked somehow by like keys in a dungeon, or I don't even know.
I haven't seen the toilet.
It could be anyone's race here. Yep, not trials. Not trials.
Rando's gonna rando. And Rob saying, where the hell do I go now?
Very good question. No one knows. This is some
like deep
resemblance to season 4 settings here. Spinning the wheel. Where are we gonna land?
He's landing in deep fire here.
All right.
Now, to note, Mario has, I know, gone to the compass chest. Did he clear the rest of that out?
No, because he made the enemies move. So if he reloads the area, you can just clear it real easy. Because he made that one move, but he killed the other two, I believe.
Banana acquired.
Pretty nice music for Ganon's for Mario.
Sounds maybe like a Final Fantasy?
That's Link to the Past Overworld.
Oh, doy. I'm an idiot.
No, it's all good. Or Dark World, even, yeah. That makes more sense.
It shows how much I've played Link to the Past. I have played it.
It's cool. Not my jam, but it's cool.
Yeah, not as cool as OOT, that's for sure. At least I hope everyone here can agree with that.
I think any Zelda game's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, both of our runners did their ghost busting. They got a fortress key for it.
Yeah, I think the one Mario's missing is on Darunia, I believe, for the last fortress key, right? Might be thinking of it wrong.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Because we cleared out Child Goron City, but he didn't have Asarius, because that was at
Shadow.
Shadow, yeah. Yeah. Gonna be really interesting to see where Mario goes after this, because I think he cleared out all of fire, if I remember that correctly.
Yep, I think so. No, he got the compass chest. And he got farther in Shadow than r0bd0g as well. Fortunately,
Yeah,
just
with the
not
3
far
keys.
enough for the shortcut.
Playing Requiem.
So maybe going to Fortress?
Save quitting, probably? No?
Looks like doing a reverse. Then maybe he never did the Wasteland?
No, he definitely did that. I'm pretty sure. Because he has 3 shadow keys and the other 2 are wallet locked. One at...
That's
Oh,
right.
that's probably what he's getting. That's probably what he's getting. I guess. I mean... But you could just play... Say, I don't know if this is faster to get to the Tent Valley, other than just playing Serenade. It's got to be the only thing he's going for, because that's... Well,
No,
that's
he needs 2
275,
wallets.
though. Yeah, that's 275, huh. Uh-oh.
Well, we'll have to find out as r0bd0g takes on the Flare Dancer. Unless he picked up that fortress key and is going for his GTG pass.
No, I think it's definitely missing one. Could be... Oh, Carpet Guy, okay.
Ah, Aladdin.
He didn't check Medigoron.
Yep.
And it's not shuffled. Could be thinking of this and the key, maybe not remembering the price like Rob.
Yeah, it does look like he got that key. Somehow or another. One final check in fire for Rob Dog. So if Mario goes into GTG, it's not looking great. Because we've seen Rob Dog already do that. Rob now going back to Shadow Temple. No. Where is he going?
Oh, I guess he did get the last key, huh?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I guess he's going GTG. It's his best option by far. Rob's still a little bit short on tokens.
There's 69. Giggity giggity goo.
Nice.
Yeah, Rob Dog's thinking keys. Bottom of the well key.
Has
Okay.
he not been bottom of the well?
Pretty
Must
sure
that-
he did. Maybe not.
Difference
That'd be
in GTGs.
impressive.
I mean,
Dodging the well 4 hours?
seen crazier stuff. And you see in the GTG routing difference here, Mario's going straight for Maze. A little bit different position. He's really just looking for one item versus a more thorough clearing here, but he's still going to clear everything, I'd imagine.
Okay, Rob Dog looks like he may be doing Jabu.
Yeah. Makes sense. Still needs a lot of skulls, relatively. Could just find him in there, plus lights, and then he's good to go.
Yeah, just not sure why he bought the well key.
Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely a little weird. Because you
Unless
can
he's-
still buy the last shadow keys, and
Yeah.
you definitely need money for those.
Unless he just wants the 100% the seed. Oh, another thing, we could go get our Ocarina of Time.
Yeah,
That's a
I
check.
mean, the ocarina itself is vanilla, but the song is something. And I don't think we've seen it.
Definitely no hints for it.
That'd be pretty hilarious if lights were just on. Just there, and they just didn't go there. I mean, it's a serenade away that only Mario has access to. So I mean, they're both pretty much in the same position at this moment.
Rob Dog just still collecting Skulltulas.
Yeah, his routing has been just a little bit more efficient, I think. Where Mario could have gone to the bosses and then possibly gotten some skulls and Ganons that would have mattered, but
Yeah, we see him, he's at 81, so he could have foregone a couple of the skulls in that exclusive part of his routing. And there's another one. So I think for each token that Mario picks up, he's going to be feeling more and more behind.
I'm just frustrated maybe. I don't know about behind, but you just need one. Oh, he's doing toilet. Is he gonna do toilet?
Are there any bets out there
Oh
for
my
the toilet?
God. Oh my
Get
god.
hype.
We're going.
Oh, have to do the room again first, but
Oof.
all right, the chest has spawned. As r0bd0g has entered Jabu Jabu.
Let's go. Let's go. Lights!
And-
Lights! There they are!
Oh, there they are.
Oh my god.
But
Rob
r0bd0g
might-
still needs 8 skulls.
He might still win it. When's Mario going there? He's got to clear out the rest of GTG. You don't just leave GTG. Like,
What?
because he still has the full loop to do for Mario.
But why did
So-
r0bd0g just warp up?
He's just gonna get him
Okay, that's interesting.
and then focus on
Gotcha.
skulls at this point.
Yeah. I guess quicker to hunt them outside than it is to guess that they might be inside. Wow. Crazy quarterfinal matchup right here. Mr. Mario versus r0bd0g. Couldn't ask for a better race.
It was on the skull in the basement of Jabu. I mean, it's a pretty dense location, so I'm not really all that surprised.
I think it was the densest that we have at had at the moment.
Yeah, because
So-
GTG was already done by Rob. Just got the fortress keys sooner. Yeah, I just picked the wrong check in Jabu. Darn.
Yeah.
Thought they were gonna be on Baronade.
6 Skulltula tokens though. That's nothing
Uh,
to laugh about.
Even Lalmon. He's got 3 there that he can get.
That's right.
And then he's
okay.
only 3 left. And he can go. I don't know if he got the Lake Child ones, which would be 2. And then one more is like Kakuri Forest if he didn't get the Night Skull, but not entirely sure.
Yeah, Mario almost done with GTG. Has Serenade.
He already got the Bottle Skull and Lake though, we know of, right?
Yeah,
for Rob.
for sure. Yeah.
I think he focused the Soil Skulls pretty hard early on. I mean, Mario does have Serenade, so like even if he's got a full clear GTG, but he's almost done with it. He really only has the 2 bow checks because I think he did the fire room, maybe. He might even
Yeah, I
go
think
Shadow
so,
though. Is the big problem for him, I think. If he just chooses Shadow over Jabu, then I think it's just over.
But no wallet for that key.
He just got the second one here in GTG. which was
Oh,
the
that's
first one
right.
that Rob got.
Yeah.
And you're right next to
It's
10. Like
exciting.
I don't know. I think he could choose Shadow. He's already adult. Like, would make a lot of sense to me.
Rob going back adult. He's got skulls in mind. 3 to go.
Which 3 is he gonna get? He's already done Colossus, which would be pretty fast. He's already done Lake. He's done
I
Fountain.
think he's done the river.
I don't know about that. I think Mario did River. We'll see where he's going. He's going mini wet, so I think SFM Kakuri Forest possibly plus River. I don't know which ones he has left at this point.
Yeah.
I think he has it
Mario.
though. Hasn't done
Doing some
HBA
horseback.
yet. Man.
And both these racers' hearts have to be pounding.
Yeah, I mean,
all the pieces.
when you have all the pieces except light arrows and trials are on, it's kind of it's just a big crapshoot.
Slash hunting for your last few Skulltula tokens or Triforce pieces.
Yep, I'd assume the last one he's getting is just Kakuri Forest now.
Appears so. And that is it for Rob Dog. Entry into the pig. I would take an absolutely horrendous undertaking of the trials and the final boss for Mr. Mario to make a comeback, unfortunately. But
yeah,
it has been one hell of a race.
Definitely. I mean, I thought it was almost over when Rob was just missing Hammer, but the thing that saved him really in the seed was just kept going for skulls. It is your progression. You still need to do it at some point, and as long as you do it in a quick manner, while you're thinking of all your possibilities, I mean, I think that was definitely the play that saved him.
You see Mario not even heading in the right direction. Doesn't want to jump into Jabu Jabu, rather back into the Water Temple, face off against Dark Link. While Rob Dog finishes up the trials, which, you know, he kind of set up. I remember him burning the web here in the Spirit Trial. So just a matter of muscle memory. And then, of course, we have to get to see if the escape sequence is on. Just when you think you have each and every setting sussed out, the final few minutes can throw that last curveball at you.
Yeah, assuming nothing goes wrong, though, you know, the winner of this match is looking like it will be Rob Dog. And he's going to be facing off against Kirox in his next match. And the other side of the bracket here, and winners still we're waiting on What the Hell's and Marco to be facing off. That's going to be a hell of a match as well. So make sure you don't miss out on that one. Has not been scheduled yet, as far as I know.
Yep. Are random settings enough for What the Hell's happened to get rid of his second place curse?
Well, I think he won last season, didn't he? Season 1?
Did he win season 3?
No, season 1 RSL.
Oh, random settings. That's right. That's right.
Let me double check.
I'm pretty sure that's right.
Yes. Yeah, Mario got second. And then season 1 lost out to What the Hell's.
So are random settings enough for What the Hell's to beat second place twice in a row?
I mean, it's looking pretty good for him. He's in a strong position. If he can beat Marco, I mean, he's on to face the winner of losers. So, and then you'd have a Marco the winner of Kirox and Rob. That's kind of a toss-up as well. Could go either way.
Plenty of season 2 left in RSL. Stay tuned in the Discord for the announcement. It has been a blast thus far.
Yeah, this match has been pretty awesome to watch. Kind of a slow burn of a seed, and the ending kind of is, it wasn't the greatest. We don't have any hints this seed either, so definitely harder on the runners than it otherwise would have been. With hints, I think this seed just kind of falls over, but really, I guess it really depends on what those hints would even be.
Probably Spirit Temple Way the hero.
Like Goron City, probably.
Fire
Even like a
Temple was pretty stacked.
Yeah, that's true. Jabu, I mean, Jabu would be ideal, right? Like, saves this seed for sure.
We are 4 hours, 30 minutes in r0bd0g versus Ganondorf. Did claim his big Goron sword, if I remember. Yep. Mr. Mario has not forgotten the blue ocarina. Gonna get to see that check before the end.
Is Collapse on? I think it is. Yep.
Bum 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 bum.
I'd be kind of surprised. Like, it's kind of a meme in random settings that if your seed is bad, Collapse is always pretty much on. So, not surprised seeing it here.
Oh wow!
But just because the seed has Collapse, though, doesn't mean it was bad.
Yep, as all things in life, the waveform must collapse.
It's only really interesting if it's one-hit KO, but, So even if you die on Ganon, you have to go all the way back to the top of Collapse.
Unless you've picked up Nehru's Love and aren't ashamed to use it.
Yeah, or you pick up fairies, but I mean, I did it without fairies my last OHKO, just saying.
Well, excuse me, princess. I mean, emo.
To be fair, it was a 1v1, and I already lost at that point, so going for swag.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta feel pretty bad for Mario. I mean, he's basically gonna get lights is when Rob goes into the Ganon fight. Probably a little bit sooner, but oof. Very close finish. All things considered.
Yeah, wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, this bracket phase for season 2 has had more than one hit KO. So we've seen it plenty of times already, and even in the regular season, showed up at least a couple times. I know.
Yeah, I think that's one of the settings that's keeping a handful of people away.
It's pretty low odds. I don't remember the weights on it. Oh, it's probably the only thing I didn't mention this race is the random settings are based on weights that our community kind of agreed upon. So I'm sure there'll be a redistributing of them for the next season. So there'll probably be some amount of changes, some number of changes, but as to what, I'm not sure. But there is a specific like percentage odds that something's rolled, and some of the grosser things like one hit KO, tech shuffle, you know, those sorts of things, they're a little bit less likely. So it's not too terrible. It's more or less balanced, but yeah, like Neil's saying in chat, it's only between the specific things that are on. So some things are just 50-50. So like vanilla Kakuri sword is either on or off, for instance, or your hint distro. So which hints the seed chooses to run with. It's pretty much split among a lot of different options. So it's pretty interesting how it's set up.
Here we are, Rob Dog versus here's Ganon. Of course, cheap piggies gotta play cheap and knock away the Master Sword. Rob Dog, of course, smart enough to store up that Master Sword damage with the jump slash. Just like that, phase 1 down. Of course, our princess still helplessly standing idly beside.
Now, I do feel like a bit of a fool with this result because I got a little salty after my match that I lost, and I did proclaim that Mario was going to win this one, so I expect to get some backlash from Rob here, but I guess we'll see in the interview. And just like that, Rob is gonna finish this.
There, Princess Zelda lending her magical abilities, imbuing the Master Sword with some kind of essence or another. And with a slicing and a dicing, Rob Dog is gonna be serving us up a tasty portion of bacon. Get your GGs in chat, Rob Dog, taking home the victory.
Yep, like I said, on the move on to the semis for losers bracket, where he'll be facing off against none other than French runner Kirox. Very strong opponent. I believe he was the 4th, 5th seed in this tournament, so should be a good match.
Perhaps positively, as we are being joined by our racers.
Hey, welcome, Mario.
Hello. I think Rob is gonna be here eventually.
Yeah.
Quite the seed that was rolled for you guys.
Yeah, seed sucked.
Yeah, not really sorry I rolled it. It's pretty cool to watch, but kind of a bad ending, all things considered, right? It's just like you get all these items, you get all these dungeons, you get all the skulls, and it's just like, now you go find lights, I guess, and there's no hints.
Yeah. It always has to be a hunt for the lights.
Yeah, so I guess what did you think overall about the seed?
I liked it. The seed didn't actually suck. Yeah, I liked it. I thought it was fun to play. Overworld key sanity, certainly better than dungeon key sanity. Yeah, a lot of cool things. I don't know. All around. Like logical bomb choose that I used the like to get, that was cool.
Yeah.
Rushing 78 skulls when you forgot that you have to do 7 dungeons, that was cool.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
yeah,
what I was gonna. That's what I was gonna ask you. Is like my biggest question. I was like, what is Mario doing? He could open bridge. What if it's no trials? It's really low odds, but I mean, it's possible.
Oh man, yeah, that was my biggest
Yeah.
mistake. I made a couple of other smaller, big mistakes, but yeah, that was definitely my biggest mistake is rushing 78 skulls. Yo, Rob,
Yeah.
GG's.
Hey, welcome, Rob. GG's.
Hello. Is there anybody out there?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you
Oh.
loud and clear.
Hi. That was exhausting. It wasn't even like that long of a seed, but it was an exhausting seed.
I
Yeah.
hear ya.
I'm pretty tired after this one.
Yeah,
How
it's
far
just
did you
so many-
get?
I was in Spirit Trial, had to do this in water.
What? Oh, you just had to do the trials and you're done?
Yeah.
That's pretty close. Okay. Can I complain about that hammer?
Yeah.
I
Yep,
assumed
go
you
ahead.
didn't use the like to get the bomb twos in the will.
I did, but because Child Spirit was out of logic, I just didn't bother.
Oh.
Yeah, I got the choose, and then I don't. I just never warped to Spirit again. I'd already been there, I think.
Yeah.
And then I was going to do it. I was just about gonna do it, and then I pulled 4 fortress keys.
Yep.
I
So
thought
I
you might
went-
have not gotten 4 fortress keys. That's why I rushed GTG after castle stuff.
I did all of Gerudo. I think they were all in logic without Lullaby. It's hard to keep track, man. Out of logic Lullaby on Key Sandy, it's like, what?
Yeah.
What do you even? So then I went to Spirit. The only other place I hadn't been to that was in logic without Lullaby was Jabu. And so, of course, that's where my light arrows are. I could have seen those if I decided to go there before I went to Spirit. It was a
Yeah, it
rough
was,
seed.
quite the seed. We saw Rob take an early Skulltula. He's kind of prioritizing the soft soil patches. Had a little bit of an early Skulltula lead for a little bit, but Mario blew that out of the water at a certain point, making us kind of wonder what he was thinking, but managed to route it in. You guys were. I think Mario was entering Ganon's castles. Rob-Dob was kind of coming out of it, and at that point, it was still really close with that final move to GTG, kind of sealing the fate there at the end.
So Mario didn't go to Jabu either. So he didn't
Not
get the
good.
But I
light.
did
Yeah.
eventually.
Eventually, put it off though. For
Yeah.
I did
Too long.
GTG in the rest
Yeah,
of
I
water
did.
first.
After Ganon, I did the rest of Fire. I had opened the shortcut, but I didn't have Hookshot the first time. And then I went to Jabu. I was thinking about Furrow's winning back to Water because that's where my FW was. But then I realized it was Water. So I was like, no. I went
That's
to
the
Jabu.
exact reason I did water before Jabu.
Yeah, I knew. Here's the thing. Whenever I do a seed and there's like, I search for an hour and the item is in water, I'm like, I know that if this was a 1v1 seed, I'd absolutely lose. Because I have this reputation for hating water, which I think is justified. And then people just go to Water Temple on me. And then, I mean, most of the time it should pay off for me, right? Because water sucks, so they're not going to find anything. But yeah, I had a decent amount of water already kind of cleared out, but it was just going to be such a pain to finish that I didn't bother. Did you do all of fire as well?
Yeah. The only thing I didn't
Sonic.
do was like pass the boat in Shadow and the rest of
Yeah.
Jabu, really.
I only had 2 keys for Shadow when I did it, so
I had
didn't.
3.
Yeah, I didn't have a wallet. Did you find another key that wasn't locked by wallet? There were
Yeah, I
2
had 3
wallet
keys
lock
before wallets.
I wonder where the last one was. Did I miss a jack?
Let's see. So there was the one in the Haunted Wasteland.
Okay, yeah, I got that one out of logic,
For shadow keys?
and then
Yeah.
Oh, the
Shadow
one
key.
you missed was the Hammer Rocks in
Couple
Gorilla
wallet.
Valley.
Yeah, I didn't have hammer. I did
Ah.
not have hammer
Yep.
for a long time.
Yeah.
That
Long
explains
time.
everything. Yeah, I was gonna make the play to Shadow there, but I decided to do some overworld checks to see if I could find a key, because I only had the one, and that was so. I just wanted to see if I could find some more keys. I found one. I figured, there's a handful of overworld checks that I could do, and hopefully there's no more than one Shadow key in any of them. And so if my progression is there, hopefully it's not behind any more than 2 keys. Mm.
Yeah, and then we saw you make that play for the last Shadow Key. Unfortunately, too expensive.
Yeah. So in my notes, I had written that down as 175, not 275. So I was like, well, wait, I got a Shadow Key here I can buy. But I knew that there was a Shadow Key double wallet locked, and I kind of knew it was that one, but my notes were wrong. I just typoed it as all. I was like 275, and I wrote down 175.
And then didn't you buy like
So-
a bottom of the well key after that?
Yeah, I bought the bottom of the well key before going back in time. Because just so
That was
because
really
I was going to do
confusing.
Jabu, and if it wasn't in Jabu, then there was bottom of the well. I'd spent a key in there already. So, I don't know, it saved me from scumming, I guess. I don't think it was really worth doing. You might as well just scum rather than go buy the key. But I went back to CAC because there was a fairly easy overworld check that I could just bang out just by going there real quick with Nocturne. And then I was like, oh, there's the bottom of the well key. What the hell? It was dumb, though.
Well, as expected, a random settings league seed is enough to scramble everybody's brain.
Oh yeah, I did I did compass chest and spirit without hookshot.
Oh yeah,
I
that
don't
was really impressive.
I can't believe it, dude.
It took me 3 tries,
I
but it was
have-
totally worth it.
What was it, a blue pea or something?
It was a huge rupee.
Oh, nice. Wow. That's like 20 times as good. I can't believe you actually know any of that toxic stuff. I have it
right,
on...
right when it came out, I learned hookshotless spirit.
Yeah, I'm
so
not touching
I have
that.
that.
I'm not touching it. It's on my to-do list, and I'll get to it in like a year. I'll put it on my to-do list in like a year, maybe. All of that stuff is on it. Like, it'd be such a
Wow.
painful weekend.
I'm guessing I
Oh.
know what Kirox is going to be practicing.
Feel free, man. I'm good if you want to do it. It's fine. I don't know. For me, most seeds you need a hook shot, so I just as soon find a hook shot. I don't know.
I think spirit was my most dense area at that point, so I just decided to go and give it a shot anyways.
So I'm guessing Spirit is not a dungeon we were supposed to beat.
Probably not.
I never found the other 2 keys. Does anybody know? Maybe you could beat any of them actually.
I mean,
It
I have all
wasn't-
5 keys combined with the shop keys.
Oh, I've only got 4 accounted for. What was the last then?
I
Guess that-
don't know.
I guess that means that you could beat everything but Jabu, and then you could beat Jabu. So I don't know. When I see like 7 dungeons unbeatable only, I'm expecting 2 of them to just not be possible.
Yeah,
But
there's,
I guess
there's
he's
a
not-
weird seed that like it
Yeah.
felt like ALR, but it was BO.
It was definitely not LR, yeah, but
Yeah, we deduced the silo being in the Kakariko archery. Kakariko archery was the
you see that?
biggest
You
clue.
see a couple of vanilla warps, and you kind of know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm surprised that there weren't some locked out. I guess when you have key sanity, that puts the keys anywhere, so they're not super likely to be locked. And then without dungeon ER, if you have dungeon ER on, I could almost guarantee you'll only be able to beat 7 of these. Because you walk into Jabu and it's like forest. Just like, okay,
Yeah.
not that one.
Of course, we never did see where the Death Mountain Trail Owl takes you.
I didn't try either of them.
I'd assume CAC because Lake Owl was vanilla.
Yeah.
Anybody else like getting really frightened of Mascatron by the end there?
Yeah, I was
A little bit.
running out of check.
I never showed Skull Mask to the guy. I did the check. I had Skull Mask, but I didn't show it to him. And I was thinking after, I probably should have, because I walked down to water. I could have grabbed the next mask. Oh, did you have to scum the Serenade?
Yeah, I did.
Oh,
I went
that
back
was
to get it
gross.
too when I beat, or not really when I beat Spirit. I went back to get Serenade just for the reason so I can have better skull routing because I for some reason rushed 78
Oh.
and I forgot that I had to do 7 dungeons. So
Okay. Yeah. So apparently Spirit is not completable. Actually, the log says that there's a Spirit key on Child Fishing.
oh wow. Wait, what?
Which
I must have
Did you
marked
see
something
me-
off. Oh right. Yeah, I only have 4 accounted for. There's only 1 in the shop. I have 3.
Yeah. Yeah. So you weren't supposed to beat Spirit. That's kind of interesting.
Nice.
I think it'd be
Spirit
crazy
and Jabu
not
you
to beat
can.
Spirit. Yeah, I mean you can beat Jabu, but...
Oh, after Castle.
But yeah, I think it'd be crazy not to do Spirit though. Like, it's really difficult to beat Shadow and Key Sanity. So many moving parts to that one that all have to come together. I never did pick up the Serenades. I scummed it away. I had Frore's Wind not too long after that from Training Grounds, and I just left that in water.
I don't think I ever used Ferrari's Wind. I got it so late.
Yeah, I cast it a few times. I don't know if I ever returned.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
a decent advantage in the later part of the seed for you.
But that allowed me to like at least go down to water and take a look to try and find the hammer. It wasn't there, but I wouldn't have gone there otherwise.
Also, quick use of that in Jabu Jabu to, climb up to
Yeah,
top floor a
I
little
used it to
quicker.
get the light arrow.
Oh yeah, I
That's
should have.
kinda
I was
funny.
thinking of doing that as I was climbing the vine. I was like, why am I climbing the vine?
I had just been saying as I was walking into Jabu, I don't expect to find the lights anytime soon. I said that. I don't know if anybody was listening to my stream or not, but I said that specifically to some of them in Jabu. That's how you do it. You just say something, you mention an item innocuously, and then it turns up. It's my experience.
Yeah.
If you
Yeah,
try,
commentators.
you're like, light arrow. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. You just have to mention it in passing.
Yeah.
Alright, well, I'm gonna take some notes for the weeklies. We make sure to write like down the worst locations to mention on Restream.
You have to mention them though, passing. You can't like.
Alright. It's nice, honestly, not to be eliminated again.
Yeah,
I
you
know
still
that-
in it.
Yeah, Mario eliminated me last season at this exact same point
Yeah.
in the bracket. So this is a pretty serious rematch that was happening here.
What do you
Yeah.
think about your potential future matches?
We have Kirox next.
Yep.
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem.
You think you can take home the entire tournament?
Kirox has beaten me several times, actually. The last time we raced, I turned up like 30 seconds too late to a race, and then I just did it async, and he beat me by 10 seconds the last time we raced.
Ooh. All right, so
Yeah.
another good rematch coming up.
Ooh.
Uh-huh. And then one of the asyncs, I sniped him by about 12 seconds. It was like a one-hit KO seed, and I did a few extra areas, but so we've had some close
Oh.
Not again.
There was some like we'll be right back moment right
back.
there.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Like some
I think I maybe
conspiracy theories.
accidentally tapped the leave button.
Yeah, I got you.
But we've had some close races, and yeah, it should be a very scary match. I'm just hoping that we don't have to do freaking Shadow Trial second, man. There was a seed a while back. I forfeit. It's the race I forfeit in our qual matches, such as I don't know if qual is the right word. But I knew that item was locked by a long shot, but I just had it. I wasn't doing it anymore. I'm not sure I ever would have thought of Shadow second. Kirox just destroyed us all that race. So, yeah, I'm frightened. There's nobody left that you shouldn't be scared of.
You think you can take home the entire tournament?
So improbable. I got sent to losers by Neff of all people back in round 2.
Oh yeah, the
sniped me by
rematch.
A minute. Yeah,
Let's
he
not talk
sniped
much.
me
Let's not talk much more about that.
He sniped me by a minute, and then I'm in losers bracket, and then
Yeah.
all of the highest seeds in a row. I don't know if you've seen my bracket, but there are literally no higher seeds anywhere in all of losers bracket that I didn't have to face. Like I fought them all in a row. It's been great.
Oh man.
The only person I didn't have to face was seed 8 because my first losers round opponent beat them with seed 9. And then the next highest seed anywhere in losers bracket was seed 10. And then if I make it to what the hell, he's seed 11. So it's
Sounds
just
like the
been crazy.
perfect lead up for an underdog victory.
I mean, hey, if I did it last season, you can do it this season. Make it
I
at
just
least
wanna make
at
it
least the
clear
grand finals.
Yeah.
that I interpreted what you just said as being spelled with a 0.
Oh, of course.
Oh,
yeah.
me too.
Oh, I'm played out. I'm gonna go get some food, go to bed.
Yep, I think we all deserve some food and drinks after this match.
Good games,
Drinks.
Mario. That was incredibly stressful, but that was pretty fun too.
Yeah, GG's. Good luck.
Before we head out here, just wanna quickly thank everyone making the stream possible, especially both the runners today, Mario and Rob. You put on an amazing show today. Also, thank you so much to August and Emo Soda or Chicken Soda as SPS. You know, I'm still not sure. Like, I think you said you're fine with either nowadays at the start of the restream.
You can call me whatever you want,
Thanks
baby.
everybody for doing this.
Yep.
It's a lot of fun. Thanks to everybody for putting this on.
Yep. And also, thank you so much for our trackers today, making sure that even if you're coming in, late, like 3 hours in, you know exactly what the state of the match is.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Generally.
I don't use a tracker. I don't use a tracker on my stream, so that's a problem I've got. I don't have the brain power to mark that, and my absolutely absurd spreadsheet. So,
But yeah, before we head out here, I do want to quickly shout out, there's tons, if you like OoTR, there's tons of Season 4 tournament matches happening in like the next, like every day there's pretty much like two, like at least one or most likely even 2 tournament matches a day. We have 2 coming up like on this Thursday, and yes, it's already Thursday here, since like 7 hours, but yeah. We have Sparks versus GSK8 and Riley versus Tom Pounds today on Thursday. And those are at 3 p.m. Eastern and 4 p.m. Eastern, respectively, or 8 p.m. / 9 p.m. UTC. And also, we have the grand finals of the Skyward Sword Talk to Verbal tournament with Kit Kat. Sorry, I'm really bad at pronouncing things. I'm German. I have an excuse. Kit Kat versus Affiliate, and that will be happening at. Let me just double check that. Also at 4 p.m. Eastern, or respectively 9 p.m. UTC. So tons of good content today on ZeldaSpeedRuns. But aside from that, yeah, we'll be sending you all over to Raid. If there's any final comments, you all have commentators, racers, everyone, then we can end it on there. And we'll see you all next time.
RSL forever.
Yeah. See ya.
night, everybody.
Yeah, good night, guys.